Hello.
Big love and welcome to everybody. Welcome to Indy. Welcome to Cosmic. Welcome to all of you that are joining us and will be in the show. Sending you all big love and big blessings. Got a cute little show lined up today. Interesting discussion, I think. And just how that discussion came to being is going to be an interesting introduction, I think. But before we jump onto that, and before I sit here and eat my supper, because I haven't eaten anything all day, didn't get around to that yet. I kept meaning to eat something. I did eat a little bit of chocolate. That's like what I've eaten today. Unfortunately, it wasn't raw chocolate. But yeah, so before we jump into that, I'm just going to go around the table clockwise. That's, I think, the order in which people arrived. So we've got dear brother Indy Sage here. Indy is a shadow worker. He's also an anthropologist. He's very embedded within shamanic practice, shamanic work, shamanic dream time. The Taoism's got a big, very special place in his heart, and he brushes up against all different elements of the occult. And just a really great brother. He's got some interesting stories to tell about his days as a abductee of SRI cults and the likes. So he's lived. He's touched up against the occult in ways that people probably often wouldn't want to. Then we've also got dear Cosmic Prankster, who is also what a character, just like Indy. He's a John Dee without a crystal ball, and he has a relationship he's been building with the Fae for a number of years, several years, and he has been channeling an alphabet which is related to an entire system of study, which sort of draws parallels with all the other mystical arts, but is very unique in its outlook and in its application in the way that it's set out, because he has worked with the Fae over the last few years, 4 years, whatever it is, to build this system. And so, yeah, he's a unique guy, just like dear Indy. I'm a shaman. I was originally an occultist, then I was a mystic, and I spent couple of decades traveling, most of it in the Far East, India and Nepal and Sri Lanka, and so that's my story. So welcome to all of you. I hope you guys are having an absolutely fantasticulous day. In other words, the fantastic tickles always round. And before we jump into the stream, let's hear a few words from the brothers on the table. Big love, and do please say a few words. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. So glad to be here today for the roundtable show again, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. This is my favorite thing to do on a Saturday. Thanks to everybody that's out here watching and in the chats. We appreciate you guys greatly. Big ups to Tuition. Hello back to you, and hello Franklin and Cosmic. How you guys doing this morning? It's going to be a great show. We're going to be talking about the manifestation, light, and the speech in the world. So this is going to be a beautiful thing. Really ties into a poem that I've just written. I've gotten some responses on Jetstream from WordPress for the first time. Nobody has replied on any of my articles, and I have probably about 50 of them, as far as maybe one, until this recent one, which is pretty exciting to me. So I'm going to try to put the name of my blog into the chat if anyone wants to check that out. But I personally am ancient philosophical Taoist. I study anthropology. I've got a bachelor's in psychology, and I'm also a hermeticist, eclectic mystic, fascinated with Satanism and Gnosticism, Kabbalah, and Sufism, the three mystical passions of the Abrahamic religions, as well as Shintoism, shamanism, and a lot more. I've got my rods and many fires, so to speak. So I'm gonna pass the mic to Cosmic, and thank you guys.
Oh yeah, thank you, Indy. Yeah, so like Franklin mentioned earlier, I am a practitioner who pretty much spends pretty much his entire practice working with the Fae now. Like it was kind of like, back in the day, it was kind of like this sort of the side thing, but then it eventually became kind of, took over and became a full-time deal. But yeah, because I think this will be interesting because we're talking about manifestation, and the Fae have their own kind of theories about how manifestation works. And I've been kind of working out like a model of manifestation in my Zarfexology system. So this will be a good conversation today.
Well, thank you, dear brothers. And here we are. I hope I don't have food stuck to my beard. I've been munching away like a little munchkin here while everybody's chatting. So when I turn off my screen, it's normally because I'm standing up. Normally because I'm not wearing pants. I'm actually wearing pants today. So woohoo! I am, what do you call it? When you are fitting in, you are conforming. I am the conformist today. I'm wearing pants. That's as close as I get to being a conformist, right? On a good day, I'm wearing pants. You can say, look at him conforming to society's rules, That's as close as I get to being a conformist. But hey, you got to have some variety and spice in your life. And not wearing pants is a lot spicier and got a lot more opportunity for variety. So, especially when it comes to the variety of airflow, But to bring it down to a serious note for a moment, the word speech was a tricky one. I was actually going to change that word, but I didn't change that word because I thought I'd changed that word, but I hadn't changed that word because the number of that word wasn't quite in tune. Now, here's a very interesting point. I was feeling a little bit pushed for time and a bit lazy. So I got online AI to do what I thought was a simple thing for an AI to do. Calculate the gematria of words, right? It's basic numerology. And I gave it a couple of feeds, like just using a Google tab, right? The basic Google AI. And just opening a Google and saying, base root numbers that add up to 56. Why 56? Well, today is the 6th of the 6th month. That's 12, right? It's the 20th century, right? And it's the 26th year. So when we say the 20th century plus the 26th year, that's 46, plus 12. Sorry, that's 44. Plus 12 is 56. So the word manifestation breaks down to 56, right? That's quite interesting. That is that's not ordinal. There's two different forms of English gematria. And speech, I think speech might break down to 56 in Chaldean. I must double check that. And in the world breaks down to 56 as well. So I thought that was quite curious. The vibration of the day, 56, which is snake eyes, which is an 11, which is a power number 2, containing the essence of 1. And so it's a very interesting notion because the day is all about sensitivity, but it's also about the harmony of 6, and it's about the movement and the communication and the flow that happens between 5 and 6, where the movement becomes harmonic. You could say that it represents the dance in a sense. 1, 11. And in Vedic cosmology, we speak about the Gauri. And the Gauri is the Egara. The Egara is 11. And it represents the Shiva and the Shakti coming together in the Gauri, in the union between the field of consciousness that's unmanifest and the field of consciousness that's manifest. Manifest consciousness we call matter. Unmanifest consciousness we can call mind or mental. Well, that word has different meanings to different people, but essentially it's the other side of what's manifest. And it drives manifestation effectively. So that's how these words came up. And I thought, well, since those words are the words that relate to the vibration of the day, they're going to bring us some cute little ways of thinking that we can mind play, and we can just find what it is our hearts want to say till we just get out of the way and let the the words just spray, like verbal incontinence and projectile verbal vomiting is what you're going to be getting a bit of tonight. So strap in, make sure you're wearing a bib, especially if you're going to eat. I'm going to be eating. So if you see food stuck in my beard, just give me a shout in the chats. Let me know. Say, dude, your beard. You don't need to keep your breakfast for beard. You've got a full fridge at home. So, beyond that, big love and big blessings to those of you that have arrived. I see we've got a few people here. We've got the illumil. I don't even know how to say that. Illuminated. Illuminated Graham. Welcome, Illuminated Graham. D-Love, welcome. Edward, welcome. Then we've got Indy, the Vibes Tribe, Cosmic. We've got the Naraka. Hey, hold on. Is that Naraka and the Vibe Scribe? Oh yeah, Naraka is the Vibe Scribe. Cool. Johnny, we got Johnny. We've got Our Tuition. Welcome to all of you. Sending you all big love, blessings, and everybody else in the chat that's sitting, watching, listening. Good for you. You've come to the right place. We're not going to be speaking just about what's written in books. We might cite things written in books, but we might also rip those books new ones. So, if you like seeing what's written in books, walking around with the new one, that's where you're going to find it over here. Big love to all of you. And I thought I'd throw it at the table. Where would you guys like to start? Anybody passionate?
I feel like we kind of want to start with speech. We've already kind of been discussing it a little bit lightly, and I think I'm curious about that. What do you guys feel like doing?
Sounds like a good start.
Good place, yeah. Speech. Speech is an interesting concept, because the whole idea of speech, as we know it, like what a speech is a narrative, right? And it's related to this newly dominant aspect of consciousness behind which we hide. And it's narrative-driven linguistic thinking. When we're in a deep state of meditation and transcendence, experiencing spiritual forces, we go to a place beyond linguistic thinking, which is a very innate and natural place to be at. And for any of you that have got extreme memories of your real young childhood, you will remember what it felt like to be in a non-narrative-driven, pre-linguistic state of consciousness, which is a heritage that we all have, and an ability that we can all tap into to transcend these limitations of four walls of thoughts that are bound by the logos and containing little seed syllables of speech that keep us tethered to particular lines of thinking, ideas, beliefs, and concepts. Where when we dive out of that sort of narrative-driven linguistic process, which we're trapped in, and many of us, when we think, we hear that voice in our heads. Actually, we're hearing it in our inner ear. When you think, your inner ear vibrates. And that little voice you hear in your head, it's not your imagination, other than your imagination is experiencing everything that you can see, touch, hear, think, feel. Everything is imagination. So yes, it's your imagination, the same as the walls and the floor beneath me and this laptop and, the words I'm saying and the sounds outside and the stars and the moon and the sun. That's all my imagination effectively that I'm experiencing. But when you are hearing that little voice driving the narrative inside your head, there's literally a vibrational field in your inner ear that's generating those thought sounds. It's an interesting concept. Have you ever heard somebody saying, there's too much noise, I can't hear myself think? Right? That's not just a saying. That's a real thing. It happens. You can't hear your inner voice, dude. I can't even hear the voice inside my inner ear. There's too much vibrations running in my ears. I can't even hear it. So that's an interesting thing when we start to talk about speech. Like, how much of the speech is vocalized? How much of it is sub-vocalized? How much of it is our inner ear producing the thought that resonates as a vibrational field of speech inside our heads that then we are going to extrapolate through our mouths, creating vibrations? And I think it's probably an interesting place to start. non-vocalized speech. What do you guys think about that? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I love that. I personally feel like the subconscious mind processes so much more than the conscious mind is aware of. So when people are talking, I feel like the conscious mind is trying to grapple with like what is the meaning of the words in the background. And then if you tune in, then they become evident. But I feel like if you tell the subconscious mind to quiet and you practice this, you can eventually learn to hear language as noise instead of something that is meaningful. And at that point, you can tune it out better. I've been able to do that so that I can focus on deep thoughts. They say that if you're distracted from a stream of thought for 1 second, it could take up to 30 minutes to an hour to get your mind back to where it had gotten from the different plateaus of development of the thought. And so that's kind of been something I've seen before. I sometimes am doing some creative process, maybe like writing a poem or doing some research and paraphrasing things. And if I get distracted, I sometimes get confused, and when I come back to it, I'm not really where I was at when I had left off. But at the same time, I feel like there's also the idea of people sometimes will have like a voice in their head, and there's like an inner monologue. um personally feel like my mind is blank. There's really no thoughts there. So if I try to create a thought, it could come, um but it takes a strong effort. I think they refer to this in meditation and yoga as the monkey brain, the beta frequency brain, where it's just circuitous thoughts that are kind of like never ending and quite distracting, hard for one to be able to focus and calm the mind. After doing the meditation for like, I don't know, 25 years, I've been able to, I guess, shut it down. I don't really have that going on, which may or may not influence the fact that my anxiety seems to be blocked. I'm not aware of any anxiety other people seem to experience. And of course, we all have some, like the anxiety comes from like cortisol, which allows us to not be like fully catatonic. Without any anxiety, we would just kind of sit in a blank stare and not feel the need to do anything or move. But then they mentioned that in the movie Serenity, which was based off of a show. I can't remember the name of the show, but a science fiction show where on an exoplanet they seeded a population of human race where there's a society there and a civilization, and they put the drugs in the water, and the people did really well at first, and everybody was like really cheery and happy and in good moods. After a while, half the people became catatonic, and then half of the people became, I think, what they call ravers, where they would or reavers. I'm not sure. I think it was ravers. I'm not certain about that, but they became like space pirate zombies, and they just like lost their minds. So it's an interesting exploration into like what might happen if they were to do something like that. And there's another movie that talks about that in Equilibrium, and also in The Brave New World, in the book and the movie. They drug the people in the society so they don't have emotions. And it's an interesting concept to see how that would play out. I always like when they explore these hypothetical situations that very well might happen or could even be happening. But they do have a lot of pharmaceuticals in the water. So with
Fluoride?
yeah, and the fluoride, but the pharmaceuticals are not taken out of water treatment plants. They just kill the organic materials, and so the pharmaceuticals get recycled back and more and more concentrated over time. So they say in LA there is like, I think 25% or maybe 2.5, but I've heard even more. I think it is like 10 to 20% of benzodiazepines in the water, anxiety medicine. So that's obviously very detrimental to people, and they may or may not know that that's what's going on. But if they're drinking the water, there's not much you can do. You have to basically filter that out if you can, which is probably very difficult. But as far as fluoride goes, fluoride is known to shut down the pineal gland, which would kind of shut down the contact with the divine eye within. And Rene Descartes considered that to be the seat of the soul, where one launches off when they go into dream space, where the soul comes into the body, and where we can contact the divine through and access the mind of God, or the mind of the divine spirit, or the divine syzygy, however you want to see it. But also there's the concept of freedom of speech, which I think is completely absurd. There's only so many things you're allowed to say, and the mood in which you say it is also something that's impacting upon people. So if you say things in a bad mood, people can have you like kicked out of places, or like banned, or even arrested. So it's kind of absurd. People are not allowed to show their feelings or have feelings in our society. If they are, they can be punished and discouraged. But everybody likes somebody that's happy, because I think a lot of people carry suppressed emotions. So when they see somebody showing them, it can bring theirs to the foreground, and that can be difficult for people in the community. But I feel like I'm diverging. If you have something to say, Cosmic, I'm going to pass the mic to you.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of comment on what Franklin was talking about earlier about the idea of like, voices, from spirits versus something that's sort of in your imagination. And one thing that I've been noticing with my channeling work is that there's an importance in regards to where you view your perceptions happening. Like, so for example, like if I have a voice and it feels like it's inside of my brain, inside of my head, it feels imaginary. And if it's outside of my head, it doesn't feel imaginary. It's actually really kind of that, simple of a dichotomy. And it's interesting when I experience the Fae, it really is almost like a universe that's outside of my peripheral vision is sort of like intersecting sort of the side of my perception, because I've been doing this thing lately where I notice that if I visualize things and my mind is is facing forward, where I'm looking, and that's where I'm kind of like mentally projecting, I get a lot of like the thoughts and the ideas and the images that are swirling around in my head. But I realized if I do this towards the side of my head, it's actually different. Like I noticed that there's not as much like information and images that are sort of competing for my attention. And it's like this completely, sort of different space to work with. And as with language, I was kind of thinking about like an idea. Like I was watching From Beyond, which is a Lovecraft movie, and there's this whole concept called the resonator, where he basically has this in the movie. There's this machine with these like tuning forks, and they're tuned to hit the pineal gland at a very specific frequency, which allows people to perceive higher dimensional entities, and obviously the higher dimensional entities pay attention to us. But I've been thinking, like, because at the time I was on a dose of mushrooms, and what I really notice about these types of entheogenic substances is that a lot of the trip, a lot of the altered perception, I think, is actually due to how the body feels during that psychedelic state when you're on psilocybin or LSD, for example. There's a sense where it sort of, interfaces with your entire body. So I've been thinking that if one could produce sonic vibrations that create the same sort of, level of tension and muscular in the body that psychedelics do, I wonder if you could produce a psychedelic effect just purely from sound and vibrations by having some kind of really loud sound vibration. And that could alter perception. Because I think we have this idea that, we think too much about the brain and how that affects consciousness. But I've been thinking more and more lately about how the body actually sort of determines what you perceive, almost as much as the brain does. So, I think that's an interesting concept when it comes to words and manifestation. I think a lot of that's important because, it's probably, I would imagine that matter probably vibrates at some kind of specific frequency. And if someone could figure out what specific frequency that is, maybe it's the Schumann resonance or something like that, I think you can start to alter reality and affect it in, that way. So yeah, I think that's what I've been really focused on lately. This whole idea of like peripheral scrying, where you learn to experience things towards the side or behind you as opposed to in front of you. Because I noticed that, if I'm like closing my eyes and I'm trying to visualize something, I'm usually having those visuals in front of my perception, right? I'll have my closed eyelids, and then in my mind's eye, I'll project that, image in front of me. But I realized that if you change the position of where you project that, whether it be towards the side or behind you, it seems to affect how the imagery, sounds, and experiences are manifested. I think that's just kind of interesting.
That's very interesting. Oh yeah, I was gonna Google about the different parts of inner ear, and this is quite important, that identify different direction sounds. So your inner ear is able to help you to distinguish. So you've got the outer and you got the inner ear, right? And the inner ear does not directionally does not work with the directional, right? And the inner ear is directly, it houses the cochlea, and that's the fluid filled, it's like a little spirally, like a snail structure that's got all these sensory cells in it, and it's like a spirit level, if you will. A spirit level is a crude version of it, and that with that you can detect differences in pitch and vibration, which is nuances, which has got to do with like musicality and the ability to have a musical ear. And then you got the outer ear, and the outer ear is what you'd be using. And I'm betting that there are different divisions of the outer ear. I'm betting different divisions of outer ear detect sound from the front or back or sides. I'm just guessing here. Just bear with me. So it doesn't, currently the outer ear doesn't have different divisions. No, I wouldn't expect it to be different divisions. The shape of the sound waves altered by the folds in your outer ear. So horizontal, your brain uses two ears to locate sound from the left and the right. Okay, that's obvious. Front versus back, the ear's horizontal view is symmetrical. Your brain relies on the complex folds and ridges of the pinna. These are like tiny little, it's like a little brain in a sense. And so coming from the front, hit the ridges differently from those that come from the back, right? So in other words, there are different places on the ridges that are being stimulated by sounds from behind, and different places on the, so there are different sensitized points on those specific little ridges of these folds that will be stimulated by sounds from the back and sounds from the front. It's very interesting when you look at this. And obviously you've got the left and the right ears that modulate to give us directional. And I would go as far as to say that you're hearing thought when you're hearing other beings, cosmic, and that you can hear thought. Why? Because thought is a substance. It's a vibrational field. It's just out of our normal auditory spectrum. But for example, imagine when you're thinking, right? The EEG is picking up electromagnetic field shifts and fluxes. So if there's somebody near you and they're thinking, their brain algorithms will be putting out electrical fields, and there will be electrical oscillations. And these will carry cymatic vibrational fields, right? They will interact with cymatic vibrational fields that are very subtle, but I believe that the ear is able to pick up very subtle vibrations. And so those subtle vibrations will be picked up if somebody's near to you and thinking. And that can be translated by the brain into some kind of stimuli, either pictures or words, or however your brain is going to interpret the particular field of vibrational energy, which relates to the thought that's carrying that vibrational field. So that's like a really interesting concept, when you're talking about hearing to the sides, and then to the one side or the other side. And this means you would be activating different parts of the brain, wouldn't you? And so these different activations of the brain is like creating a synergetic food meal where you're
I've also
mixing
been
different
thinking
ingredients.
too, in regards to, I've been thinking of my synesthesia and the fact that like I perceive sound as colored. It makes me realize it's like, in a sense, it's like I can sort of see light with my ears. I don't know if that really makes sense to it. So it's almost like maybe that's where that fourth dimensional perception comes from, because it's like I have like the visual stimulus that's coming from my eyes, but it's almost like my ears are a different set of eyes that see a different dimension, because it's like there's that colored aspect to it. It's almost like I can hear light. If that makes, when you hear colors, it's like, I don't know, it's so strange, but it's like I never really like thought about the implication of that till like really right now, And I think with the that's like a different, it's like a different way to perceive the astral. Like I never even thought about it. It's like a different like means for a third eye, like a third ear, if you will.
Yeah, I've often been saying that we travel on our ears. And this is the first thing when people ask about astral projection and like on a practical level, how to make it happen. And I would often say to people, travel on your ears, mate. And people will look at me like, like as if I've said some weird thing. And it's just a seed I've planted. Like, there we go, planted a seed. Give yourself time and contemplate it, and you'll see like what we're talking about here, because you do travel on your ears. And that's very interesting. And in fact, from a yogic perspective, the ears sound are Visuddhi chakra. And the Visuddhi chakra is a throat chakra. And so I just want to turn off the volume on my phone so that I don't get weird beeps, notifications, ding dongs, bing bongs, whatever the phone wants to give me. So yeah, that's quite an interesting, I think, for us to consider. Is the throat chakra is the root of psychic powers from a Vedic perspective, right? So if you want to develop your ESP and your psychic potentials, you're not going to develop them here, like all the new ages will tell you. It's here. It's the throat chakra. It's the cosmic egg through which you experience the field of vibration. And vibration is the key to the universe. Sound. This is why in Bible, biblical scrolls and ancient scrolls from Acadia and Sumeria and other parts of Babylon and basically everywhere else, India, the sound, the word of God was vibrating off of the waters of the ethers. And this created the cadence of light. So sound came before light, in a sense. Or shall we say that light happened in order to bring sound into being? The sound was the driver and the light was the facilitator, right? So that's like an interesting concept, which we will find in all of our ancient texts for a reason, because sound is fundamental. And so when we're using our audio potential, we are reaching into the highest elemental state. That's the akasha. That's the fifth element. As opposed to when you're seeing from a Vedic perspective, that's your Manipura chakra. That's your solar plexus, solar fire. So your eyes are very connected to that solar fire. Hence, you need solar fire to see. You can't see if the solar fire isn't shining on things, right? You need light. Without light, you can't see. So this is the reason you can't see without light, is because light is dependent upon solar fire. Sound, however, is it's always there, right? You don't need any solar fire fire or anything. Like if you're standing in front of me, right, I can see you when the solar fire is there for me to be able to see you if you're walking in front of me. But if you're walking in front of me, I can hear you whether there's solar fire or lunar fire or no fire or this fire or darkness or whatever it is. Sound is fundamental to the structure of matter. So it's just consistent. And so by our delving deep into our audio potential and recognizing how sound operates within our consciousness and our mind, it's one of the most powerful stimulating effects that there is towards awakening the psychic potential and the powers within humanity. And it's also interesting, when you think about it, right? If you go and look at the Vedic cosmologies and the Vedic teachings, they will say that during this particular, just check that the mic is in the right place. During this particular yuga where we are now and during this phase of manifestation that we're experiencing, got to crank up this cocoa, man. Oh, yeah, bitter. I love it. Mantra and sacred sound will be the only way that we'll be able to really meditate effectively. In other words, successfully, right? Like where it produces the goods. So by reciting a mantra, you can fall into a trance very easily. And you can, through that trance, transcend physicality very easily. But to achieve this without a mantra is very difficult. And you don't have to be externally chanting the mantra. You can be internally chanting the mantra, and that's even more powerful. It's an interesting concept. So the higher developmental path of using sacred sound is not to be chanting it with your mouth, but to be chanting it inside your inner ear and to listen to it in your inner ear as a sound. And then it starts to become a concrete sound that you hear objectively the more you do it. So there's something interesting as a consideration, because that inner ear is retuning the vibrational field of your whole body. So you can change the phase. Would you like to be able to put your hand through a brick wall? Right? Change the frequency of your hand so that you can reach through a wall and grab something and conduct that frequency through your hand into that thing. Change the pitch harmonics of that thing, pull it back through the wall, and then reconstitute it back to its original vibrational fields so that you've got the object. If you want to do that, you can do that with your inner ear. That's how you would achieve that, because your inner ear would change the frequency of your body. And then once your body touches an object, it would transfer that frequency and imply that upon that object's vibrational field, until the vibrational field of that object is in sync with the vibrational field being transmitted, at which point it will phase through the wall. It's about understanding harmonic pitch. The vibrational field of the wall has a particular pitch, harmonics. And if you bypass that frequency, it no longer is in the way. I'll give you an example of how this works. Imagine India and myself are having a conversation with walkie-talkies. And we're on a like 5.5, we're on a 56 hertz frequency or 560 hertz frequency, hypothetically, since it's the number of the day. And then Cosmic is having a conversation with Anne on a 56 hertz frequency. And Paul is having a conversation with Peter on a 56 frequency. And we're all on the same frequency. None of us will be able to hear ourselves talk. And because the voices would be banging against each other and they would be creating dissonance. But then if Cosmic shifts his frequencies to 58 hertz, and Paul and Peter shift their conversation to 62 hertz, then India and myself would be able to have a conversation, and it would be as effectively as if Cosmic and Anne and Paul and Peter are not part of this conversation. And that's the frequency of a wall. So if you can bypass that frequency of the wall, you can move through the wall, right? And they show us this on our televisions, right? DC Comics, The Flash, right? The Flash is able to change these frequencies and speed up his frequencies and phase through physical objects by changing his pitch. And so this is like,
have you ever,
this is, yeah.
Have you ever heard of any gurus in India being able to do this? I've heard of them being able to levitate, but as far as walking through walls, I've heard of that in the West, but not in the East. Have you? Particularly?
It's not something that you see in the East. They're practicing mysticism and they're looking for spiritual awakening. That's the purpose, right? They're not looking to go get money.
Right. Well, I don't know if you're familiar with the movie Men Who Stare at Goats. Have you watched that before?
Why would you want to take something on the outside of a wall?
I know that people have walked through walls in the CIA.
Yes, many years ago. That was a good flick.
They were talking about in the film how they were able to see through walls, and then some people were able to walk through a wall. And I study under the intuitivespecialist.com with Lori and Lynn. Lynn Buchanan was represented as Lynn Cassidy in the movie Men Who Stare at Goats. And he's told me firsthand when I've talked to him in the classes that on remote viewing, controlled remote viewing, that he's either walked through a wall himself or seen people walk through walls. And they started under the tutelage of Ingo Swann and taught other people as well that are well known in the field of controlled remote viewing and psychic abilities. But it's been pretty amazing for me to conceive that, and I've always wanted to be able to do it myself, and I feel like I'm getting close to being able to levitate and walk through walls. I feel like I can make myself lighter and feel like I'm floating. But my contractor that I work for, named Chad, he's got extra canines, so he looks like he has vampire teeth. He's an interesting individual, but he's a very peaceful and loving person. He's part of the Cherokee Medicine Wheel. He says that he was able to levitate when he was young, multiple times. And I believe him, but I wish I was there to see it. You know what I mean?
I think an interesting application of like going through walls, I think if it's sort of like clipping through another dimension. So, you guys, I don't know if Indy, if you were ever a person who played video games growing up, but I was a big gamer kind of growing up. And, one of the things I noticed with video games is like, I was always interested in glitches, and that being like, going outside of the sort of the programmed levels of the game to access like spaces the programmer doesn't want you to go into. So it's like you'll be in a level, and if you go towards the corner of a wall and you jump and position yourself out of the way, you can effectively go into a part of the video game that's outside of the level and outside of the game into like a totally like unknown space. And I've been thinking, if reality really is this kind of like dream world, and I've been, with my Fey magic practice, I kind of approach messing with reality in that same way. And that if you learn to sort of work with the corners of walls and et cetera, it's like a in-between space. You learn. So in video games, the idea is like if there's a wall, if you position yourself towards like a corner of a block, you can kind of like phase through that wall if you learn to find the corners and the gaps in between the things. So when it comes to reality, I try to approach it like that. So to me, if one were to phase through a wall, I think it's not just that you would phase through the wall and just go to the other room. What if like phasing through a wall, you actually end up in a completely different parallel universe, or you end up like the back rooms or something like that? But see, that's something I've been thinking about, interestingly, like this idea of like organic like consciousness, and that like if plants sort of create their own kind of dream world, then perhaps like buildings and structures do too. And I think that's kind of like what the backrooms concepts represent. It's like a liminal in-between space of our kind of reality. So do you guys know what the backrooms concept is? Do I have to explain that to you, or should I like clarify it to you?
Just explain.
So I've got a 9-year-old.
So basically the backrooms was this creepypasta. And the idea was it's like this, someone would be in a furniture store and they would like walk through a wall and they would enter this room where there was like this endless maze of yellow lights and furniture, and it just never ends,
Yeah.
And so I've been thinking about that. Like, that's kind of like, it's similar to when you go into a video game and you phase outside of the wall and you enter into a completely like different space. So for example, one of the famous
footage of that, right?
What?
There was they were
There claims to be footage of it. Like there was somebody like had like a video of it. I don't know if it's real or not, but that's besides the point.
yeah.
But I think that to me, if one could phase through physical matter, I think the implications would be a lot weirder than we assume. I think it's going to be more like some dimension shifting stuff, not just, going from one physical space to another.
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of the book or the movie A Wrinkle in Time? I just read the book on the airplane down to Florida for my grandmother's 100th birthday. And then I watched the movie because I asked my mother, I was like, wow, when did you read that book when you were young? She was like, no, I just read it after I saw the movie. I'm like, there's a movie. So I had to see it. But in the movie, they basically, what they're doing is they're testing or tesseracting. They use the tesseract concept and they bend space and time to create a singularity point where they could come out on the other side, like across the cosmos by going through the tesseract. And they do this because their father was an engineer and he was able to make claims that it was possible, and then he disappeared. So they always wondered where he had gone, and they met some mystical guides that showed them how to do it, which was pretty incredible to see. There's also the movie with the Tesseract. I think it's called Tesseract. Is that space movie with Matthew McConaughey? I think that's what it's called. But yeah, it's a similar concept there where they're able to find a Tesseract and then use that portal to be able to travel through time or see through time. They see through these many bookshelves of the different times of existence of the bookshelf at one point in the film. And he's trying to trace back, I think, to find his daughter or something. She like disappeared. But it's kind of interesting that people can travel through space like that, because in A Wrinkle in Time, I thought they were going to do temporal displacement and travel through time, but they were doing a different thing. It was spatial displacement. So it was quite fascinating to see that kind of an idea going on. But I know that the spirit can easily do this through astral projection and out-of-body experiences. If you're able to achieve that, you can go through space. And I feel like you can really zoom through space. I don't know if you can just pop out to somewhere. It seems like, from my experience, that you zoom through and go on like I would say like a linear path where you're going through space to get to somewhere else. But I'm not sure. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what's happening in these experiences. Sometimes you just kind of flash into somewhere sometimes and just awaken there. I was able to have my spirit be called to the sun, and I went to the center of the sun to commune with the spirit of the sun in the year 2000, at which point I found that there was a singularity point there at the center of the sun where I could see all of existence, where it's like it shows that time is synchronous all at the same time. Everything happens at once. But we in our vessel here as a living being are focused on our linear time of our body going from past to future in the present, constantly in the present moment, which is what we've been taught. But I've always been skeptical of that. I don't have a concept of time, and I feel like that's part of the imagination. The imagination thinks that time is linear, but I've been able to do quantum leaps where I'm able to go into a past life and alter and offer gifts to my past life of insights that I've been able to achieve in this life through my karmic battle, and then offer it to them so that they could make those advancements of their spirit in the past, which I've found seem to alter the timeline that had been my familiar past into a new present moment of a different world that was subtly influenced by like the butterfly effect to become subtly different. And I felt like there's an alternate timeline where there was a nuclear holocaust, and I was able to see that change and disappear, but I have remnants of thought that it was there. So the idea of like using the mind to weaken those limitations, I think it requires going below the liminal into the subliminal mind and be able to like transcend the constructs of the imagination that have taught us that there are walls there that are not passable, but those walls are very much passable, especially with the spirit being able to leave the body in the Merkaba, from my experience.
Indy, I have a question for you. So you say you don't, experience time. Do you think when you use your consciousness, do you kind of like, project your mind sort of like more forward out in front of you, or do you feel more like within your body? Because I've been thinking about how time perception and your perception of the past and the future has to do with the kind of like a gravitational momentum towards what you see in the future. So, for example, let's say you're walking down the road and you see a stop sign at the end of the road. The idea is when you walk, you're walking towards that stoplight, towards a goal, which creates a future and a destination point, and it kind of creates like a line in time towards that. But the Fae basically told me if you can learn to remove that, future kind of oriented object, you can actually start to understand nonlinear time that way. So I'm wondering, like, because they're basically telling you that in a lot of ways, linear time is kind of created by a sort of a magnetic pulling of our past events and our sort of our future goals. And it creates like a kind of like a train track that locks our perception into that linear time. But if you can learn to remove those past and future vectors and just sort of focus on the middle part and just kind of let the whole thing become a circle instead, they're basically, they tell me that you can kind of perceive time in a more nonlinear way. So I'm wondering if what I'm talking about like makes sense to you at all in terms of your perception, because if you don't perceive linear time, it seems like this model of perception seems to kind of explain that. Like there isn't like this, like there isn't some object in the future that's sort of like gravitationally like pulling you. Like I think of like a caboose that's like attached to a train, and the future is the car that's moving air. And because you're attached to the train, you move along with the train because you have that future car up in the front. But from your perspective, it seems like you're not on a train. And so because you don't have that train car pulling you towards the future, you then don't have that time perception. Is what I'm saying making any sense at all? Or I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I'm interpreting it the way that you're meaning to say it. But for me, that rings a lot of bells. And basically, for me, that brings up the idea of radical honesty and their breakdown of the mind, and the fact that we live by three delusions. But the one thing that's undeniable is that something is happening right now in the mind, something is happening right now in the body, and something is happening right now outside of the body and mind. So those three things are the definite actuality of our what we call realities. But they said our realities are actually part of the imagination, because we live by the three delusions of the planning mind, the programming mind, and the categorical mind. So expecting future events to happen as we had made them is part of the planning mind, and you cannot expect plans to happen 100%. So for me, I've learned in my teaching, I got my bachelor's in psychology, but I had a minor in philosophy, and I was able to learn that there's two things. If we expect things to have happened differently in the past, which is like lessons and conditioning from the past are considered the programming mind in radical honesty. We were programmed in the past to think certain ways and believe certain things about ourselves and the world from things that happened in the past that we carry with us. And those things, Krishnamurti would say that the observed and the observer can be in conflict. And the observer usually brings with them the thoughts that were brought from the past, which are expired. If you're trying to know or understand yourself or someone else, you knew them maybe how they were, or you knew yourself how you were. You cannot fully know yourself because we're always unfolding and transforming. And so the ability to see with new eyes and see things differently and let go of all the preconceptions that we have allows us to break away from being stuck with the anchors of the past and the future. Because for me, I try to embrace spontaneity. I tell myself, this is what I would like to happen, but I say, let it be what is best for one and all, and it is done, and so it is. So basically, I'm ready to expect things to be a blessing in disguise. What I call is like when things go wrong. So when things go wrong and it's not what you wanted, you can learn to embrace that and roll with the punches and think, okay, this was something that was offered to me and it's a gift. This is something that's going to keep me on my toes. I can now go with this and try to work out what's going to be happening in this new future that's unraveling. And it's not what I was expecting. So this is something that I have to use my imagination to understand, how did this happen and where can we go from here? So for me, my mind is mostly focused in mindfulness, maybe too much so. My planning mind is very diminished. So I don't really tend to make many plans because I don't really believe in the future that we imagine it to be. I also realized that the version of the past that we tell ourselves is really just a story. And the Four Agreements kind of suggest that we create a dream or a nightmare for ourselves through our imagination of what we imagine things to be, mostly influenced by the conditioning of our past. But we can reimagine how we see things and let go of those assumptions that we carry with us and start to restory our life. We can tell ourselves a new story of the past, and that will allow us to um, spiral into a new reality for ourselves, maybe ascending spiral, so that we can ascend from the limitations we had posed upon ourselves with self-limiting beliefs and things of the sort. So I don't know if that refers to what you were getting at. Maybe you could clarify if there was more to it.
I really like it. Was I don't know if it's related, but I really liked what you said regardless, though. But yeah, I think in a lot of ways you kind of cover it in a more emotional and psychological dimension. That I think there's definitely a relevance to that too, about focusing on future events and worrying about regrets in the past. I think it's definitely actually no, I think it is very relevant now that you actually put it together, because in a lot of ways I think those emotional traumas and those worries do create those magnetic attractor points that lock you into linear time that I was talking about. So I think in a lot of ways there is a lot. Yeah, you provide a lot of good insight there.
This also brings some light to the idea of manifestation, which is part of the topics of the show, where basically, like, I've struggled with the law of attraction, where you're supposed to be able to manifest like your wildest dreams if you let go of your self-limiting beliefs. And I struggled with that when I tried to put it into practice, and I kind of fell away from law of attraction because to me, eventually, it just seemed like it was the epitome of shaming in a nutshell, emotional shaming. It's like you're not allowed to think your negative thoughts. You're not allowed to give them any attention. Just focus on only good, and then good will come of it. And to me, it didn't really work out. I tried to focus on only good, and like the worst possible scenario came up, but I made the best of it, of course, and I was grateful for it. But looking back, it was terrible, terrible decision making. I was just hoping that I've had issues with being able to connect with other people. I'm a life number, I'm a 34/7. So I have sky and soul and earth and blood from the 3 and 4. And so I'm a complete system in myself. And I don't necessarily have a need for another person to complete me in my life, which is detrimental to the ability for me to connect with others and have like a yearning to be able to have somebody fill the spaces that I lack. So basically, what I tried to do is I tried to make it so that I could now call in by asking my spirit guides and manifesting like a companion in my life. And I had high hopes at first, and I went around to all places that were prestigious, and it didn't work out. So I started to go down and down and down to less prestigious places over time, let's say. And eventually was down in the dirt trying to find my companion, and did find one there. But it's always a learning lesson for me when I go through these experiences and something comes of it besides a lack of results. There's been many results for me that have been subpar. And people wonder, like, why did you bother to do that? Like, you could do so much better. You have so much more potential. And I think part of that for me is that I don't necessarily see my potential. I was in my youth, I was never really given much positive encouragement. So I don't necessarily know if I have much self-evaluation. My self-esteem has been diminished. I don't know if I'm ever good enough, and I always question myself and doubt myself and try to become better perpetually, which I think has been detrimental to me. I think I've gone too far where I'm trying to be too much better or better than, which I found in my studies through 12-step work, that trying to think of yourself as better than others is not necessarily going to bring you into a place of self-love because you've achieved your goals. It's going to be a manifestation of self-glorification, where you're glorifying yourself and bridging yourself away from other people because you think you're in a hierarchical place above them. That's really, to me, the self-loathing that's been denied, that's being covered up through delusions of self-glorification and delusions of grandeur of such, lead to megalomania, where one thinks one is a god or an angel or a higher being that's from a higher place, that's has a deeper connection to the spiritual realm or whatever it might be. Although there might be some credence to this line of thinking, I feel like there are detrimental ways to putting yourself there, where I was for many years, where I considered myself to be better than most in a lot of ways. And maybe I told myself whatever I needed to hear to struggle with grappling with the fact that I was still in a lot of isolation. But a lot of it really comes from the fact that as a life number 7, I'm drawn to solitude and I'm kind of addicted to it, which has been good for my personal life, but it's been very, very challenging for my social life and romantic life. However, I think it's probably been better than trying to rush into something and ending up with like marrying the wrong person or something like that out of desperation or settling. I think it's been good that I've been patient and waiting for the right thing to happen.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that, Indy. Because yeah,
I've been waiting for like 5 minutes to get a moment to jump in. I wanted to respond I wanted to respond to a couple of things before, but just to that manifestation point, I think it's like I'm just listening to the word attraction, right? So, and the words have power, right? So we know what traction is, right? So what's attraction, really? So we know what symmetry is. What's asymmetry, right? When you put your A onto the front of a word, it mirrors the word, right? So you've got a word like traction and you add an A to it, it mirrors it. And so there are a lot of English words that you add the A onto the front and it gives you the mirror. So attraction is the opposite of traction. Why? I'm here now. Attraction means I'm being moved. It doesn't mean I'm moving. It's quite an interesting perspective when you look at what the word attraction actually means. And I will explain this in terms of physical mechanics in the simplest, most earthbound way that I can. Imagine you want to strike. Imagine you want to strike. You want to throw a punch. And you want to throw that punch as hard as you can. Now, the reason why most people can't throw punches very hard is because of a lack of traction. They have too much attraction, and that attraction diminishes their power because attraction is the opposite of traction. So they want to get close to you to hit you, and in the process of getting close to you, their movement, they're being drawn towards you, and now they're striking while being drawn towards you. That punch is going to push them backwards, and that's where the power goes. If they want to learn to strike with full power, they need to have form, martial arts, structure. And that structure needs to be deeply rooted within traction. And then the traction, once they've got traction, when they move forward, they're not being attracted to their target because they want to strike it. They are moving their structure forward with traction and then just coincidentally striking. And that produces true power. So the difference in power that you can generate if you've got traction is exponential. It's not just a little bit more or a little bit less. It's truly exponential. It's the difference between being able to knock someone off their feet that they fly over a table, or being able to knock someone that they just do that. You know, it's a massive difference. And this is like what martial arts is really like, why people spend lots of time and energy and training to learn that master of traction. Now, if we apply this to manifestation, right, the same paradigm on the spiritual psycho-mental plane, then here is me. I want to create structure around me, and then I want to move my force forwards towards a goal, but I want to have traction so that that force is going to be able to reorganize the space where my force is going, which means we need the opposite of attraction. We need traction. So that whole law of attraction is quite funny, because that, I think, is the way to ensure that you don't manifest. Cosmic, you wanted to say something before I
You know,
got
I
back
actually kind of
on
want to add to
tangent.
what you're saying, because I think one of the fascinating things about the law of attraction is that it seems to be most popularly utilized by entertainers. People who tend to manifest the law of attraction are people who want to seem attractive by the general public. They want to sort of be like a beacon that everybody focuses all of their attention. But when you put it in the way of the dichotomy between attraction and traction, I can see how that can turn sideways. What I was going to say to Indy earlier was, I can relate to that kind of the idea of like, being the outsider, not fitting in, because in a lot of ways I've kind of had a similar sort of story to Indy there. But I think that you have to realize, and this is kind of a silver lining that's kind of come with that kind of being isolated is kind of what allowed me to think for myself. Because I've been thinking lately about people who are quote unquote popular, the people who, really fit in, they say all the right things, they go along with all the customs and stuff. And you start to realize that a lot of people really don't think for themselves. Not even that they're like, following some like cult or, organization, but, I've been thinking about like talk with, people who believe in different things, religions, science or whatever. And I start to realize like how much people's confidence in their opinion is simply that trusting someone else knows what they're talking about. It's like, oh, well, I trust that scientific materialism is true. I don't understand it, but that scientist over there, he has it all figured out. So I'll just kick back and let him do all the work and eat popcorn while they do all the work. You know what I mean? And so in a lot of ways, being an outsider and sort of being kicked out of the group, it sucks. And, it sucks being lonely and isolated, and it's depressing. But in a lot of that ways, it's like you get an opportunity to really form your own mind and your own opinions. Because I've been thinking about like, like people who are like, for example, they're part of like religious communities. Like these people don't really get a sense. They feel like they can think for themselves. They got to think, oh, I got to trust, what, Tom, Dick, or Harry says about things. And I got to make sure that my opinion looks good for them. Otherwise the group they're all going to single out me. And a lot of people get controlled and conditioned, beyond just like, like social media and psyops. I'm just talking about that basic group dynamic level, that basic human tribal, things. And I think in a lot of ways, correct me if I'm wrong, Franklin, but shamans were usually someone that was, well, they weren't quite along fully with the sort of the tribal mindset. They were sort of isolated on their own, sort of looking to things. And then the tribe would kind of go back to them and say, hey, what have you figured out? Because I think in a lot of ways, nature operates on sort of two, principles. There's the group and the individual. And I'm starting to realize that both the group and the individual are important, because you need the unity of the group to enact change. You need a lot of people for the power to really make meaningful manifestations of the world. But the problem is that sometimes a group mind can get infected. And when a group mind gets infected, it has no ability to correct itself and heal itself. And that's where individuals come, that they can kind of like purify these group collective minds by offering different ideas and insights. So in a lot of ways, I think, being someone that doesn't fit in, in a lot of ways, it's kind of helpful. Like it's almost like nature needs outcasts. It needs outsiders, because otherwise the sheep and the herd, they'll just go off a cliff if there isn't some, outsider that says, hey, maybe you guys shouldn't be following the sheep herder. He's got some really bad ideas. You're gonna go off that cliff, but without individuals, without people who are sort of kicked out of the tribe, there aren't those kind of voices that give you that second question of, hey, maybe you should think about it. So in a lot of ways, it's kind of a blessing. It's like, yeah, it's kind of like, Batman in a lot of ways that, the story is that his parents got killed, but because of that, he became a hero and he gained a sense of power, in that by making that his life's mission. So in a lot of ways, I think that the path of the hermit, the outsider, the shaman, if you will, as painful as it is, not only is it like a kind of a blessing in disguise, but I think it's also a necessary and important aspect of life, in a sense that people like you and me actually play a very important role in all of this. Is somebody who can basically be outside of the collective, outside of society, and so that you can kind of like be that self-correcting mechanism. Because otherwise, without that, people just follow the Pied Piper, and there's no way to kind of get past that. So you got to look at it on another level as kind of like a blessing in disguise, even though a lot of times it kind of sucks, not fitting in. And I can totally relate to what you're talking about, Indy. That's why I bring it up.
That makes a lot of sense. And as you mentioned about the shamanic path, it's a very personal path. It's something I'm always saying to people is you can't be taught shamanism. There's no book that's going to show you anything about shamanism. Like, you find shamanism, somebody can sort of awaken the spirit of shamanism within you, that you're starting to experience the guides. But then you've got to go off on your own, and you got to be secluded from society in order to find shamanism, actually, because the things you're going to do are going to be extreme, and society is going to go like, what the hell are you doing? Quickly grab that one and lock them up. Quickly, nice soft padded cells, what that one needs, because that's sort of you've got to challenge everything. And thinking back, like what you're saying about seclusion and being like, I'm sure Indy and you and me, this is something we relate to. Like, mine was when I was very young, right? So I wasn't allowed to play with the other kids. I was literally ostracized to the point where I was completely alone. The adults, the children, everybody, right? I was 100% ostracized. And I sometimes feel for my son, because my son isn't in school. So he plays with other kids sometimes, but he doesn't get a lot of other children action. And like, his mom and people have said, yeah, what's that like for him? And I stop and I think about it, and I go like, well, that's how my life was when I was growing up. I didn't get any. And in fact, not only was I that, but when people saw me, they'd have to disperse. So I was a guy that, like, this kid that I'd come to a group and they'd suddenly see me and they'd have to all run away because they're going to get into trouble if they're seen with me, right? Their parents and stuff. And the adults would like leave. They'd cross to the other side of the road. If I was walking up to like on the pavement and there were adults having conversation and they saw me coming, they'd suddenly stop talking and they'd leave before I got there and go to the other side of the road and disappear, because I was ostracized to that point. So I was always completely alone. But I think you're completely right, because this was something that I lived through junior school. And I got to a point in junior school where I confronted that dynamic and that polarity. And because I'd been on my own, I became extremely powerful. And that's very, very interesting. We become more powerful when we're on our own, and we become weaker when we're in a group. But we don't recognize and realize that, because when you're on your own, you've got no one to rely on but yourself. So you have to become super grounded, super strong, super focused, this is like I have to be in tune with what's happening around me now, because there's nobody else to watch my back, kind of a feeling, attitude. And this is the sense of empowerment that most people don't feel, because they don't allow themselves to experience this loneliness or this feeling of ostracization. And I remember being in junior school, and at first, like, the other children didn't know how to behave to me. And then obviously the bully, figured that this one's different. Let's mess with him. And then obviously I hospitalized him. Then suddenly I was ostracized again in junior school because this one's too dangerous, right? And the children were like a bit wary, like he hit that dude. That dude had to go away in an ambulance. Like, what the heck? Like, we're kids, this is not normal. So it was something that lived with me up until the point that I got to about 10. And at 10, I realized when I went to judo class that, oh, wow, these children are so mentally and emotionally weak and spiritually weak. And I didn't realize how ineffective they all were. That, like, you know, they're so inhibited. And I realized that I was like on a whole nother level. And I was like, oh wow. And I suddenly realized that they didn't matter. Like, what they thought didn't matter. What they said didn't matter. What they did didn't matter. Because I've become a whole universe in myself. And I've got the power of that whole universe within me and around me. And that changed my attitude. And then I became extremely extrovert simply because I just didn't give a damn what other people thought, because I didn't need them. I didn't need them to like me. I didn't need them to whatever. Like, I just really didn't care. And there was nothing they could do or say because I was in myself. There was nothing any guy could come and say or do to me because I was more trained as a fighter. There was nothing anybody could say to me that would hurt me because I had too great a sense of humor. I would turn it into a joke and laugh at them, and everybody would probably end up laughing at them too. So, like, I just realized that nothing mattered, and it almost drove me to like sociopathy to some level, I think, if I think back on it. But it gave me a sense of root and power and purpose. So when I did things, I did it with purpose. So the other children would then follow me, because this one was different to us. So from being ostracized and like on my own, I then had a big group of people like around me, and I didn't really give a damn what they thought or what they did, because I'm going there and I'm doing this. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, that's a cool idea, let's do this. And so people would want to do what I'd want to do anyway, and I would create these things. And so in high school, I was sort of extrovert, almost in the center of a social world, but I was always alone. And I used to get a lot of flack from friends. They used to say, you're not in our group. And I said, I know I'm not in your group. Yeah, but you're not in our group of friends. And then I'd be with a different group of people. And they said, but you're not really in our group of friends. You're only here sometimes. You're like not loyal. I was like, what do you mean I'm not loyal? Yeah, well, you're here with us this weekend, and then we won't see you for like a month or 6 weeks or months. And then you're with that group and that group and that group. So I just flitted around to all social groups. I just didn't give a damn. As far as I was concerned, I belonged wherever I decided I belonged, and screw the rest. I don't give a damn what they think anyway. And people sort of respected that attitude of like, they saw that as strength. So those that didn't respect it feared it, because they realized I didn't give a damn what the group thought. So like, I would say what I want to say, and it was quite cheeky. So, but that's like an interesting point, what you talk about. I think like challenging the conventions of society is something that most people can't do because they're in a group. And when you're in a group, you feel very challenged. And, you know, I experienced that at times when I was in a group, but I would always go, oh, screw it. I'm going to challenge it because I can just find another group. If they don't like it, you know, like I really don't care that much. And I think it's like really an important thing for us to consider within ourselves, just exactly how we fit in. And do we fit in? And should we fit in? And do we want to fit in? And with that, it sort of brings us back to speech, because speech is really an agent that most people use to connect and fit in to groups. By the way, like and subscribe, like and subscribe, like and subscribe, share, make sure the world sees us. And I think like this is something that I wanted to say earlier. I think it's quite interesting when we look at the word speech, right? So if we go into speech and we look at the numerology of speech, right? And we look at the word speech in Chaldean numerology, right? In Chaldean numerology, the word speech adds up to 33. Now that's quite interesting in itself, is it not? Right? And in Pythagorean, right, it adds up to 34. Right? And 34 is, when you add 33 to 34, you end up with 67. Now, 67 has been a number that's been in vogue for a while on the internet. The young people were saying it, and they don't even know why. That, like, we've actually done a live on that. It's a very interesting two numbers. It breaks down to 13, which is in itself quite mystical. But if we then take it to another level and we say ordinal numerology. Now, when we say the ordinal numerology of 78, right? That ordinals is when you're using the whole number. So the difference between ordinal numerology and the numerology that we are mostly aware of, which is Pythagorean numerology. The Pythagorean numerology is the typical chart, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, everything's 1 to 9. But in ordinal numerology, we say a letter can have the value of 10 or 11 or 12 or 13 or 14 or 15 or 26 Z. So that is the ordinal, and it still doesn't change the numerology of Pythagorean, because in Pythagorean numerology, for example, the letter Z is 8, but ordinal is 26, but 26 breaks down to add up to 8 anyway. So it doesn't contradict the numerology. It's the same numbers. But it's really interesting when you take the ordinal numerology of 78, right? And you add the numerology of Chaldean to it, right? And when you add 78 to 33, you end up with 111. Isn't that quite interesting, right? 111 is what you end up with when you add those two. And so there's something quite interesting to sort of consider, I think, based upon how these numbers operate. And then when you add the Pythagorean and you add the Chaldean, you end up with 67, right? And 67, what's the 67 craze? Well, what do they call it? 67 craze on social networking. I think it's got a name. So the 67 is a social networking craze, a viral, mostly nonsensical Gen Alpha slang term and gesture that everybody's using. They say that it originates from the drill rap song Doot Doot, but we don't know why Doot Doot used 67 in his track, right? And there's a whole lot of different, and it's that rapper Skrilla, and the dude's ridiculous, right? But it became sort of like a social networking craze amongst all the youngsters. And 67 is like really quite a very interesting notion if you look at what it represents, because it's the 64 elements and the 3 principles that combine to make 67. And so 67 adds up to 13, which has got the number 6, which is harmony, and the number 7, which is internal investigation and that mystical journey inwards, but relating to the harmony of relationships, which has got to do with sharing that journey with another, which is really interesting. It's got to do with what we're talking about, the societal bonding of the real me from my inner mystical journey being connected to you on the outer physical planes. So I just thought I'd share that when it comes to speech, the way the numbers dance is really interesting. And 33 as a Chaldean breakdown of the number for speech is fascinating because of the 33 spikes in the spine, and hence the Masonic and mystical relation. I don't have my malas on now, but I got a Kanti, which has got 33 giant Rudraksha on it. And that's relevant in Vedic cosmology. And The Muslims, the Arabic people, they have rosaries of 99 beads, which is 3 cycles of 33. They chant the 99 names of Allah. So there's another sort of application to it. And you have 32 relationships between 33 points, which means the 32 elements of mysticism, which becomes polarized by the manifest and unmanifest, becomes 64. We've got the I Ching. Hence, there are 64 angels in the wheel of the zodiac, with the 64 stations governed over by the 7 archangels and governed over by the one primal entity of control, which makes 72. So we can see how the 72 and the 33 brings us to a sort of point of continuity between different systemic ways of looking at the occult spheres and manifestation. So yeah, I think like that's really interesting, because speech becomes an engine and a vehicle of manifestation. In other words, if you want to manifest something now, right? Let's say you want to manifest a drink. You're going to walk down the road to a shop and you're going to say to someone, I want a drink. And the shopkeeper is going to like show you what drinks he's got, or in a restaurant or whatever. Or you're going to walk into a place and you're going to read where it says drinks. Or you're going to go to a fridge and you're going to look and read the words. This is water. This is little tins or bottles or whatever you're going to buy. And then you're going to buy it, right? And in the process of this, there's going to be communication. You'll go to the shopkeeper and they will speak to you. They'll use speech and say, that's going to cost $1. And then you're going to be like, can I pay with a card? Right? Normally in modern times. And they're going to be like, yeah. Well, they're going to say like, well, no, it's too little. Pay with cash. And you're going to be, well, I've only got a 50. Have you got change for a 50? So speech is going to be sort of fundamental to manifesting the things that you need, even if it's online and you have to write the speech into a search bar in a supermarket to get the objects that you wish and click on them and click add to cart. So you have to read the speech to add it to cart. And at the end, you need to read the speech where it says, enter your credit card details. And then you got to read your credit card details. You got to enter the speech, the writing, because we forget that language and writing, even when we're reading and writing, is still speech. It's just speech that's been coded into visual context only, but it's visual speech as opposed to auditory speech. So I think like there's a lot to be considered. And getting back to what we were talking about, non-vocalized speech, non-verbal, which was sort of the beginning of the speech bubble before we're moving fully into the manifestation dip, shall we say. Just to wrap up the speech idea fully. This vocalized thought is particular intonations on the inner ear, right? Especially the outer zone, the cochlea of the inner ear. Is it the outer part called the cochlea? Regardless. And when we look at the technology of psychotronic manipulation that is around on Earth at the moment, and let me see if I can find it online for you guys, because it's really super interesting. I did a lot of research into this. Ocular implants developed in Germany by UK DOD. I think it was the Department of Defense, but that wasn't being managed. So yes, it's called the Moorfields. Okay, so you guys, okay, just bear with me, guys. It's gonna be quite a little dive. So the Moorfields Hospital in London at Moorfields developed in Germany for patients. So that's prosthetic eye. Okay, that's not the one that we're talking about. Ocular. No, ocular is eye. Sorry. Auditory implants. Auditory. I wonder if we're going to be able to find them here on the web. I hope we can. The midbrain AMI and totally implantable TICI cochlea. That's what it's called, the cochlear implant. Now, the cochlear implant is really, really, really interesting because I know somebody that had a cochlear implant put into their ears. Only it was done without their permission and they didn't know it had been done. Right? And they discovered it by accident when they went for an MRI, and the machine like went AWOL, and it broke the machine. And they tried to get other kinds of X-ray scans, and it caused serious problems with the scans. And I think it damaged the machine, one of the NHS machines in the UK. And I know about this because I saw the documents. I saw the NHS reports, and they were legit NHS reports. I used to work looking after disabled people that were basically on their way out of the planet. And so I used to deal with documents of the NHS regularly, and I knew what they looked like, and I knew what official documents looked like because I used to have to sign off on these things. Being the person with somebody who's about to not be alive, there's a lot of legal implications, right? If you're that person who is doing that kind of doula work. And obviously because they've got to make sure there's no foul play or whatever. And so I looked after like disabled people that were basically on their way. And I looked at this guy's reports and they blew my mind. Because the NHS had given him all the necessary responses and the communications between himself and the NHS, which was basically saying we are not allowed to remove this because this is a military implant, and they put the part number there. And so we were able to research the part number and we could see exactly where it was developed. And that happened to be the same hospital my ex-girlfriend had been born in, where all the files had been burnt in a fire. They'd also had a mental hospital on that base. It was a military base that was being, I think it was administrated by the DOD, managed. The actual management of it was of the physical premises was the Air Force. There were 3 different parts of military organizations involved in this place. And so they could pass the buck. MOD could say, well, you got to speak to the Air Force. Air Force could say, well, you got to speak to the Army. They could say, well, you got to speak to the MOD. And so this guy went round in circles. And he applied for a Freedom of Information Act, which I also read. Another thing that I've dealt with hands-on. Being an activist, being a kingpin activist, we deal with freedom of information releases, and we have to get the documents, read the documents. And so you see what the correct freedom of information documents look like. It's got the correct numbers. It's a very specifically outlined document because it's a legal document. It has to have a particular etiquette to the way that the documents are phrased. It's not just random. And it's got a stamp on it. And these are like equivalent of a court stamp. It's not just something you can just do at home, right? It's like making fake money almost. And so anyway, I looked at his FOI report, and I looked at all the correspondence he'd had with the MOD, where he'd asked them, what is this military hardware that you've put into my head? And when did you put it in? Because I never gave you permission to put it in. What is it? Why did you put it in my head? Now, their response was, we're not going to discuss this with you. We're not at liberty to discuss this with you, national security. And he was like, what the hell is this? He had been stationed in the Falklands. He had been drinking one night with a superior, and he had then rolled a truck. And after rolling the truck, he had broken his leg and a couple of injuries, but his head was fine. They had flown him off to that hospital base in Germany where my ex was born, where they had had the fires and all the records were destroyed. And he had had surgery done there, the records of which had been destroyed in fire. First point. There were a lot of after researching this, because my ex was born there, and there's a whole story with that, with her and her past and her military family, and what had happened with her family in terms of military, as well as pedophilia and all sorts of stuff going down the lines of that family, right? You got to understand how these people work. They have particular bloodlines with military families that are generational, and they generationally abuse their kids in ways that no one should. And it prepares the children for psychological programming. But part of the psychological programming is implanted chips that interact directly with the inner ear. This is really important, because now that we're establishing an understanding that the inner ear is your thinking agent, that narrative voice inside your head that you hear when you're thinking can be influenced by these ocular implants. And so this is how the Manchurian candidates are created. This is how this mind control, how this MyLabs technology, which was the UK one, they have the same technology in MK Ultra in the US. It's all the same stuff, and maybe just different part numbers, right? But otherwise similar technology. So these ear plants, he had them in, and the scans showed, and I looked at the scans, many of the scans, that these were wired down his spine with different pieces of technology in there, and the NHS had refused to remove it because it was military hardware and they don't have the right to remove it. The military refused to remove the hardware. They refused to discuss it with him, and most of the freedom of information had been blacked out, but redacted. So the information he actually got from the FOI was very limited. All of the real information about those parts being put in, redacted heavily. 65-70% of all of the documents were redacted. So, this is just an example of people in the military that got these implants put in, and they were tests. Now, this guy, I met him in a park. I sat down next to him, and my inner ear could hear his inner ear. I want you to understand how the inner ear works. And because my inner ear is highly evolved, I could hear his inner ear, and I could hear that there was communication happening between him. And I turned around to him and I said to him, "Are those extraterrestrials communicating with you?" And his eyes went massive. And he stared at me. He said, "Are you one of them?" I said, No, I'm not one of them." He said, "Are you one of them?" He got up and he left, very shaken. I came across him in my local park where I used to walk the dog again when he was out there. And it was a big park in Croydon, one of the main parks. And but a nice part of Croydon where all the waterways are. It's like a really lovely place. And it's a massive park, a little way from where the waterways are, quite close to where we live. But it was such a nice place. We used to go into the park with the dog. We used to take a couple of spliffs. We used to go and sit there. We used to meet people and chill and just chill in the park. And when it was like summer and spring and whatnot in the UK. And I saw him again and I approached him. And he was very reticent to speak to me. And he thought I was one of them. And I said to him, "I'm not." And he said, no, dude, I don't want to talk to you. And then I looked him in the eye. I said, "Look, let me explain this to you. I'm a full-time shaman that was born with heavy extrasensory powers and perceptions that, due to drowning, was fully activated. And I've lived my whole life developing and training these ESP abilities. And that's why I can tell that there's something going on with you. I'm not connected." He thought I was connected to the deep state. He thought I was connected to MI6, to some secret black op project that he believed was working with him. And when he took me to his house, when I convinced him of who I was, he took me to his place and he showed me all his folders and that there were court cases. He had been put into a mental hospital under the guise that he had threatened to set himself on fire in public. He then ended up taking them to court. He had a lawyer intervene. And in court, the mental hospital was not able to produce the evidence for where this allegations had come from. They had no one on file. When the judge said, okay, where's the witness testimony? There wasn't any. And the NHS was scratching their heads and they were like, we don't understand what happened. I don't know how this happened. There was some mix-up in the NHS that accidentally got this guy into a mental hospital because he had wanted to have this technology removed, and he wanted to go to the media, and he wanted to speak to people about this fact that he had had this technology put into his head without his permission. And this is all wired into your ears, right? So mind control is a real thing, and they wire technology into your ears. And through your ears, they can influence your thoughts. So what he said was there were people who would communicate with him in his head, and he would hear them talking to him as if they're standing right next to him. And at first he thought they were extraterrestrials, but then he noticed there was patterns to it, and there were similar voices, and he started realizing it was as if there were different people on shift. And they would talk to him through this thing, and they would tell him all sorts of weird stuff. They would play with his mind. And this is the kind of thing we're talking about. So these ocular implants can be used through technology to influence humanity. And I want you to think about what that means with transhumanism, right? And with the Tesla, Musk implant that accesses the brain, it can probably access and influence the auditory systems if it has a direct alignment with the brains. So there's something you have to think about when it comes to what affects our behavior in the most powerful way is our hearing, right? We tell ourselves something in our mind. We believe what we're thinking because we're hearing the thoughts. And so we start to drum that round until we are saying the words. And once we're saying the words, we start believing the words, and then we start turning them into action. And this is what influences human behavior in a massive way. And when it comes to mental illness, the mental illness and delusions often start with ideas like this being run through the audio system, right? We program ourselves repetitively like a mantra until we're thinking that pattern, and then we start speaking that pattern, and that pattern becomes something that after we say it enough times, we do it. This is why we have to watch what we say, because what we say will influence what we do. And in order to be in control of what we say, we have to watch what we think in terms of the verbal narrative, because the verbal narrative of what we think will influence what we say, will influence what we do, will influence who we become. So this whole passage of who we are and who we're becoming is so powerfully integrated and affected by the auditory system that people just don't recognize this, and they don't realize how the powers that be and the dark lords that are developing this extreme technology, right? Because they want to understand how to affect human beings. And now we can step out of this and we can take a look at the technology, right? So now we've got the internet that can be coded into light, right? What is it called? Li-Fi, right? It's called Li-Fi. And at the moment, it's not on the market for all of us, but it's on the market for military companies. It's on the market for the military. It's on the market for certain places. So they don't have a modem. They have the frequencies of light that are carrying the packets of information to connect with the internet. But that carries an acoustic field. When you have different ranges of frequencies of light, you have a cymatic acoustic field, and your inner ear is aware of that cymatic acoustic field. So that frequency of light can affect your thinking, can affect your ears, the way you're thinking, as well as the audio effects of having a modem in your home, right? Those radio microwave frequencies also produce cymatic resonances, which is affecting our audio systems. I want you to think about 5G, 6G that's coming, the radio frequencies, everything else that we have around, that we've been living in this soup of different frequencies. They all produce sound, harmonic frequencies. And those harmonic frequencies can affect our inner ear. And anything that affects your inner ear will affect the narrative in your head, will affect the way you think, will affect how you feel, will affect who you become and how you behave. So now we can start to understand why these toxic, dangerous technologies are being put around us. It's not just to assassinate us. I think that's an added bonus for the Dark Lords. But it's essentially so that they can program us, and they're attacking our inner ear first. They're also attacking our eyes through the frequencies of the resonance that we're getting through the screens and the black screens that we're looking at. So they're attacking our senses in the most like profound way. 60 hertz. 50 hertz is far better. 75 hertz would be good. Why go from 50 hertz to 60 hertz? It's not a big difference, is it? Don't you find that funny? We now have 120 hertz. Why are we going from 50 hertz to 60 hertz to 120 hertz instead of from 50 hertz to 75 hertz to 100 hertz, right? To 150 hertz. Our phones are running 60 and 120 hertz. Your phone would be better if it was running 50 hertz, 70 hertz, 90 hertz, right? The 90 hertz would be a very, very clear stream signal. And if 90 hertz wasn't good enough, we can push it to 130 or 140 or 150 hertz. It's the moment it's into that 20 hertz frequency cycle, it's running in the same speed at which your vision operates. So we are able to see 20 frames per second. That's 20 hertz. So when something is in sync with the 20 hertz, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, those are points that can create standing waves, right? And affect the frequencies of our perceptions, where if something is out of phase with that, it's not going to interfere with that so much. So it's by design that they have created technology that's interfering with the visual cortex, but a lot of the technology is targeting the auditory complex. So I think that was something that relates to speech and how our brains work with regards to speech and information. What do you guys think about all of that?
Yeah, I love that. It's really fascinating. I also wanted to mention that there's centers in the brain that relate to speech are the Wernicke's area and the Broca's area. The Wernicke's area plays a major role in understanding both spoken and written language. And then the Broca's area is mainly responsible for producing speech. And so those two areas are, I believe that they are actually on the left hemisphere of the brain, in the midbrain. The Wernicke's area being in the rear midbrain, and then the Broca's area being in towards the front midbrain. So interestingly, the part that produces speech is kind of like bordering on the prefrontal cortex, whereas the part that interprets speech, which is sometimes written, is near the ocular region where we receive images. Of course, because we're reading and we're interpreting written language with it too. But as far as these implants go, this is really fascinating. I've heard a lot about people that have been abducted on UAPs that have these implants, which I'm sure many have heard about in the audience here. And these people oftentimes get to have these implants removed, and they get them analyzed, and they come up with like weird alloys that have never been seen before, oftentimes, or at least that's what they tell us. So there's something fascinating going on there. I couldn't tell you exactly what it is, but I've heard that actually what is really happening is that the implants people receive from abductions are actually sometimes giving them great inspiration of genius. They are able to receive information that they otherwise would not have, and they feel like that they were given and gifted high technology through the implant that they're able to implement through building these devices and then offering gifts of high technology to the human race for chosen ones that have been abducted and offered these gifts through their implants. That's some of the testimonies have said that, and others have said that they don't really know what they're for, and they just want to see what's going on. They try to have them taken out. Whereas the ones that value the implants don't really want to have them taken out. They realize that it's given them tremendous gifts and understanding, so they don't want to lose that, which is an interesting situation.
You know, it makes me think about the AI, and I saw somebody saying something really, really, really interesting and true. You know the people that love using AI? And this is going to be heavy for some people to digest, but I think it needs to be said. Like I said, I don't really care that much what people think. I'm going to say what I think. Those that have no talent love AI because AI can fill the gap that their talent doesn't have. You don't need to have musical talent to be a musical artist. You just need AI, right? You don't need to be a talented writer to be able to write a cool story. AI can do it for you. You don't need to be a talented artist to make a beautiful picture or to do a piece of art. You can get AI to do it for you and then say that I did the art using AI. Absolute nonsense. This is what people that have no talent and no desire to develop talent, and talent isn't something you're born with, right? Some people have a propensity towards talent, but talent is something we learn. And we learn it because of dedication, because of hard work, and because of practice, right? Even if you don't have a musical ear, you can still develop musicality. There are many people that have developed talent with music just through sheer hard work, and they can become very proficient at music, and they learn to read music and write music, and they can play music from a score, and they might not be creative music writers, but they are talented musicians. And I've met musicians like this that are extremely talented, and they're talented because they put in the tens of thousands of hours into their music art and their craft. And so talent is something that is for people that are willing to work and develop it. But you have all these people these days that are lazy ass, and they want to get credit for something that they don't deserve. And so they want to sell themselves on social media as having talent. And so they pretend that they're creative artists. They pretend that they're musicians. They pretend that they're writing. You know how many podcasters get an AI to score their podcasts for them, right? They tell the AI, and the AI turns it into texts. Yeah, StreamYard has it. There's an option here for StreamYard. It's called teleprompter. Can you see teleprompter, Indy, on the bottom of the right screen?
Not in full screen view. Let me see. I'm not sure if I do. I know that if I make short videos, that it shows the
word. There's a little picture of a human being with a plus next to it. Can you see that at the bottom of the screen? There's the mute mic camera. After that, there's a blue button, which has got to do with a little screen with an X in it. Then there's a screen with a plus on it, where if you click that, it will offer you to share things, right? Then there's a picture with a human, and then there's a little square with little squiggles in it. Maybe you can't see it.
They don't have it on. I don't have the blue button or the person or whatever. I just have 3 buttons: the mic, camera, and then share screen, and then there's a settings button, and then there's a leave room button. That's all I have.
Okay, well, there is a teleprompter button here, and
maybe it works on your end because you're the one hosting the show. That could be it.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's not something I've used, but these teleprompters on all of these things is a teleprompter. And so people go to an AI, the AI writes what they're going to say, and they feed it in to a teleprompter. And then the teleprompter, I'm sure, will make the words travel across the screen. And I noticed, for example, what podcast was what I didn't even realize this was happening until like a year or two ago when I watched Chance on a podcast, and I noticed he kept looking from left to right while he was talking. His eyes. I was like, "What's going on?" And then he'd stop and he was waiting, and then he was talking, and I realized, oh my gosh, this guy's using a teleprompter. And I think a lot of people are using teleprompters. What's that podcast? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's called anyway, doesn't matter. that podcast is basically it's a very successful podcast. So if you get an AI to write a lot of pieces of script for you, and you use a teleprompter, YouTube will reward you with viewers. Did you know that? If you want YouTube to reward you by bringing you lots of viewers, get an AI to write your script for you. Tell the AI how you want your script written, right? Then speak that script using a teleprompter. YouTube will notice that you're using AI written script because it will be in the AI cache, if you will. And then YouTube will decide to promote your channel because YouTube wants more AI content on the web. The reason YouTube wants more AI content on the web is because YouTube plans to replace us with AI versions of us that YouTube can keep all the money for, right? But not just money, because then those that control the AI, that control YouTube, can completely control humanity with the content that they watch. And there will be no necessity for the human beings that have got their own opinions to be inserted, because the opinions of the AI can be homogenized to a particular school of opinions. The way in the 80s they had the news, they had, the news was the news, and it was the consistent news and all the channels, and it was total mind control. Well, they want to move back to that using the web. And this is a big part of the AI infiltration of our freedom of thought and information. And so it's interesting, just thought something to be aware of.
That's fascinating. I know the Joe Rogan show had a situation where there was an episode of the Joe Rogan show that Joe Rogan didn't do. And he was like, that wasn't me. That was some kind of AI or deep fake, and they were pretending to be me. And those words that they said are not my words, and I'm not the one that should be accountable for that broadcast. And I don't know if they were trying to, discourage his viewers or whatever it was. I didn't actually see the video, but I remember him talking about it on the show, and it's very strange to me. But I hope there's not more of that going on. And sometimes people probably wouldn't even notice. So hopefully there's not like a fake roundtable out there, like AI versions of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I think when it comes to like AI and art, one of the reasons I never really, got into the AI, trend, it's not necessarily to say that I'm like, talented or skilled. I mean, people will say that, well, no, it's debatable, whatever. But to me, the point I'm trying to get at here is that when it comes to me, whether I'm writing a story, making a piece of music, the appeal of the artistic and creative process is that I am creating something new and novel that has never existed before. I'm taking something from this weird imaginal sphere and sort of bringing it down into reality. And to me, that was like, so when people want to make art, that's just like, oh, you're copying something, or you want to make it, a copy of a rock song or a rap song, or they're not really creating anything different. Like, I never understood, what is the appeal behind that if it's not that sense of, because to me, the appeal of creativity in art is that I'm a seeker of novel experiences. And one of the reasons you craft your skills and hone your abilities is that I want to be able to articulate, new experiences, new worlds, new ideas. And because I want to explore them myself, I want to see new things because, there's like, in a lot of ways, I think a lot of good artists in general are bored with most art in the world because they feel like, oh, I can create something better than that. So then I think to myself, with all these people making all this AI art, then like, what is the appeal then? Well, I think then the appeal is like you said, it's like people are more interested in the label of being an artist and having people see them as, look at me, I'm talented and smart, rather than actually just being talented because you want to find something new. Because to me, that was like the appeal of like learning music. It's not necessarily to say, boast and say, look how good I am. It's to me, it's because I want to explore new experiences. I want to explore new ideas, and you have to learn how to do, play an instrument, learn how to understand a melody in order to do that, so you can create new things and new ideas and expand beyond our understanding. And to me, that was always the interest in learning art, is exploring new ideas. And all this like AI stuff is like the total antithesis of that, because AI is boring to me is because it can't really create something that you don't expect. Like you can put in a prompt and it can do it accurately, but all artificial intelligence really is it's just a very sophisticated parrot. It's like just a, like a cockatoo that basically, it copies your speech, but it doesn't necessarily have the exact same understanding of that speech that you do. And we kind of think, oh my God, it's this, this genius thing. And I think a lot of the sad thing I realize about art in general, I think this is not just true in the AI. I think now with the AI, it's more pronounced now, but it's like there are artists who get into the art because they want to go into the unknown, find something new, and share it back with the public. But then there's also the people who basically who just want to be artists. They want to, wear the fancy clothes, go to the talk show interviews, be at the right, trendy festivals. And so people will say, yeah, I'm an artist. I'm interesting, but they don't have anything actually interesting to say because they're only interested in having that egoic label of look at me, I'm an artist, where they have no actual love for like the discovery and the novelty and finding things, finding new ideas and just like, or for example, because with artificial intelligence, you're not going to do, weird experimental things like, if you're playing with a guitar, like, play it with like a screwdriver or something like that, or, put like have a radio play in the background while you're playing music and just do like weird experiments and stuff like that. And with artificial intelligence, because I the way I see it, without artificial intelligence, when you have limitations, it forces you to come up with creative workarounds to make it work. And that's where a lot of originality comes from. And so to me, my concern with artificial intelligence is that it's going to de-incentivize people to be original and different because, the work is already done.
I want to ask you something. When you were young and a child and growing up and school and high school and junior school, how old were you when you started? You obviously, like, your parents obviously inspired you and sort of encouraged you to learn music, right?
It's a weird story with me with music because honestly, for a big chunk of my childhood, I didn't really like the idea of music because in a lot of ways, I had my older sisters and they did not really share the same taste in music that I did. So in a lot of ways, when I was just exposed to popular music and things like that, there was no music to really inspire me. I didn't think, oh, music is just like this normal, just like love songs. It's just kind of this annoying kind of nonsense. But then, when I started discovering like, weirder music and sort of straight, I'm like, wait a minute, you can do that with music? And you're like, holy shit, I didn't even know this was possible. So by seeing that there are people who go beyond the norms, that inspired me to, try different stuff. And I'm like, like I remember, I think probably a big one, two of the bands that really kind of like inspired me to be experimental were probably like, Radiohead and like Primus, because with Radiohead, it was like, oh, you can like put like, electronic devices with rock and roll. You can put all these different weird sound effects and you can experiment. And that was like so creatively liberating. Or with like Primus, you can make songs about, like beavers and elephants, and you can be like goofy and dissonant and weird, and it still works. And I was like, you start to realize when you go outside of the edges that there's so many more possibilities and so many more different avenues you can explore artistically. So pretty much throughout the course of my like adolescence, I just went weirder and weirder into music. Like I started with like Primus, but then I went into like weirder stuff like Captain Beefheart and like Throbbing Gristle and industrial stuff like that. There's so many artists out there that they go outside of the norm and they're just in some they're just on the planet Pluto, for example. I love stuff like that. So in a lot of ways, though, if I wasn't exposed to those weirder artists, I might have still had that same, negative opinion about music in a lot of ways. Because I think growing up, I didn't really resonate with the music that a lot of my friends and classmates listened to. And that was like another kind of feeling of isolation because everybody would be, listening to like, emo or whatever, and I'd be listening to like Infected Mushroom on my headphones, and nobody wanted to listen to like weird experimental electronic. Everybody just wanted to do rap and emo. So I always found a lot of power in sort of going off the beaten path and finding new things. So like when I found music I actually liked, like, holy crap, I really like this. So like this, the goosebumps are going through you. You just feel really excited. And up until like that point, like music never really made me feel that way before, because I was exposed to a lot of like mainstream, kind of like, mundane mumbo jumbo kind of stuff that I just wasn't really interested in. So, but I think you were
I
going
wanted
along
to
with
ask
another
you.
point, right?
I wanted to. Sorry, do you have a different point about?
No.
I
Want to hear what you got to say, and I can respond.
I wanted to ask you though, and I like that you mentioned Infected Mushroom because
Like
those guys were
bands,
bloody
dude.
cool. They were cool, man.
Especially their first few albums.
Well,
like,
yeah, I mean, I just remember dancing,
every now and then.
I loved Psytrance because it was so like out there. Like it was like listening to a space creature, space cricket or something, space cricket, space nature. But can you read music?
No, I've never really been like, I could learn to read. I don't know. It just never felt intuitive to me. Like I tried to learn how to read music, but I've always been the kind of person who plays by ear. Like I can.
But you can play piano, right?
Somewhat well. I'm not like an expert piano player, but I play the piano sometimes just for fun. I just kind of, mess around with it. But I wouldn't.
And can you
play
other instruments as well?
Music. No, I don't read sheet music. I tried, but it just never made sense to me.
But did you learn to play music when you were young? Really young?
No, not in a really deep formal sense. No, maybe like I had like a few like music classes in elementary school, but they were never really like intensive or deep. Just giving you like kind of like a basic musical education. I didn't really start getting into music until high school, honestly.
Right.
That.
Well, me too. I first picked up a guitar when I was about. My dad was a musician. I was never interested in, and I think it was like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, man. I was like, damn, and a bit of Nirvana, and I was like, dang. And Stairway to Heaven and Led Zeppelin, I was like, dang, like, this is stuff. And Pink Floyd, of course, right? It's of course Pink Floyd, and suddenly I felt like, you know what, I want to learn to play music. And I went to my dad. I must have been about 40. I was like, Dad, how's this guitar thing work? Show me. And he was like, well, the easiest way to learn is let me teach you a song. And I remember he taught me like Green Door. He said, this is easy. It's a 3-chord song. Just practice it, learn the chords. And when you've got those chords, then I don't know, those 3 chords, I just sort of figured it out on my own from that point onwards. Just sort of play around and suddenly notice that sounds like that track. And then he taught me that, and then he taught me Hotel California, those 2 songs, I think. But it's just interesting on like, like even for you to have learned to play the piano, you must have put in a lot of hours here and there.
Yeah, I definitely, I remember I would basically, when I would play guitar, I would basically play guitar while I'd watch television. So I just have something to do with my fingers. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of like time, that goes into it. But I would probably consider myself more of a composer than a musician, just because like, playing live is a different thing. But like I have the idea where I can like, see, when it comes to notes, like I know them when it comes like to the lettering, like A sharp. But when it comes to like the weird like, symbols of like the black dots, like then I have to kind of like, look at it for a few seconds, but I can eventually, sort of figure it out. I don't know where I was going to go along with that, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's my point though. Like you must have put in your thousands of hours when you weren't looking.
Yeah, something like that. And I think what's interesting about music too is that it's one of those things why it's different than something like writing, because you can write something and think it's total genius, but it's utter, crap and pretentious nonsense. But with music, you know if a song is good right away, whether or not your ears can't lie to you. And I think when you hear a good melody and you actually get it to work, there's something so magical because you can't really deny when it works. It's just like it's immediate and it's visceral.
Funny that you say that though, because for me it took a long time to what I thought I wanted to do and how I thought I wanted to sound. People used to say, wow, that's really amazing, when I thought it didn't sound that good because it was like just boring. It was just like, oh, that's just me messing around. That just you messing around, that's the real you coming out. Does that make sense? And for me, it was like a process to find that. But like you say, it's a journey. And I think that this is what a lot of the younger generation and the modern people, they don't have that desire to go on a journey, because in that journey you have to face your vulnerabilities, you have to face everything. You have to realize how limited you are. Like you're trying to make a certain finger shapes with your fingers and move from this to that, and then your hand doesn't want to do it. So you've got to practice it again and again and again and again and again, because you know what you want to do in your head, right? You can hear it, but your fingers can't do it. Then you got to sort of manually teach your fingers to do what your head wants them to do. And once your fingers are up to speed, then you do it, then you get that feeling. Like, and the interesting thing about music is, and this is the one thing that, like, nothing has transported me out of time as much as music. Like I used to sit down and play my guitar. If I pick up a guitar now and start tickling on it, I can literally lose 45 minutes. I can lose an hour without even knowing it. And I look at the time, I'm like, hey, what's the time? It's a whole hour. God, I've lost an hour. It's so easy to just lose time and zone out of time completely, where the passing of time doesn't even exist. You're just so in the moment. Music has I'm sure, like, it's not just music, you know, like if you're drawing or if you're painting or if you're, even when I was writing, if I was writing poetry, I could do that same thing would happen. I would sit and write and I would lose a lot of time just writing. And then I'd see what I've written and we're going, oh, I've gone like 4 pages of poetry. Wow. Because I would write slowly and I would like not be in a hurry. Like writing poetry, you should never be in a hurry, right? You just write one letter slowly and you just wait for the letter to happen. And then the next letter comes. You go, oh, that's making a word. Cool. And then there's a word, and then you keep waiting for the next letter, and then slowly but surely words are forming on the page. And then when you come back and read them later, they seem to make sense. It goes, oh, wow, that's cool. That's how I write poetry. Like I just take my time and I just flow with it. It's like automatic writing, really. But all of these different skill sets, they take like a lot of dedication, a lot of sacrifice. And I think that's what's missing in the modern people's toolkit, is the willingness to make a sacrifice for a skill set. And like you were saying earlier, you were basically getting at that AI is taking away people's drive. I think it takes away people's ability to actually sacrifice, because what is the point of wasting so many hours learning to play a piano when you can just click it, AI can do it for you? Yeah, this is how people think.
Exactly.
And it's not a healthy way of thinking.
I think that's definitely a big factor, the AI for sure. But I think also what I've also kind of realized is that the social media is also a big factor. I think people are a lot more afraid to be individualistic and take chances because in a lot of ways, you know, when we would do embarrassing stuff when we were kids, you know, maybe some kids would make fun of you on the playground or whatever. But nowadays, kids have to worry about their most embarrassing moments being posted forever on social media. So in a lot of ways, you hear a lot of these people not wanting to go out, not wanting to socialize because they're afraid of the social repercussions. There's a lot more. I think kids face a lot more social pressure than we did when we were younger. There's a lot more like eyes prying on you. And I think a lot more younger people, they're afraid to be adventurous because they kind of feel like, you know, all their friends are just going to kind of like claw they're gonna start attacking you and say like, who are you? You can't say that. Because I think in a lot of ways what I've realized with group minds is that sometimes people get very hostile to somebody who wants to do something different or take a chance, and they're usually kind of like mocked and belittled for it. I think a lot of people, they don't necessarily have the courage to go on that journey that you're talking about, Franklin, to go on that sense of inner exploration and discovery, because like I said earlier, it's just they gotta make sure that they're good with the group. They got to make sure they're good with the the group mentality. And if everybody else is doing hey, doing AI is the cool thing, and how kids are, they'll say whatever is healthy is lame and whatever is unhealthy is cool, and they'll just kind of go along with that. So I feel for these younger people, man. It's just that, because I remember, growing up, like how bad it was to try to like conform to, society and dealing with the pressures of fitting in. But with social media and having all these like, everything being online and everything videotaped, it's like, it's so much worse for them. So I think it's not just the AI that's like, disincentivizing people to try things. That's definitely a big factor. But I think the other variable in this equation is that social pressure that a lot of people are feeling with today. Like everything is becoming like, I think even for older people too, like things seem so much more tribal than they used to. People are so much more divided and at each other's throats. Or I don't know, maybe I'm younger than you, but I don't think it's always been this way.
Yeah, I would second that. It's we've become more secular, and it's not necessarily a good thing, although you would think it's a good thing. There's definitely a fragmentation of society happening. And I'll give you an example. When I was young, in let's say 1991 and 1991, there's me selling false IDs so that we can go clubbing. So we go clubbing, and in those days we would go to a club called the Playground. It was the place to be in Cape Town. And another club we would go to would be Rondebosch Lloyd's. Lloyd's was just accessible because it was in Rondebosch and it was close to our homes. We could easily walk home or hitch home at night when we went there. So on Wednesday nights, we would go to Lloyd's, and it wasn't far. It was easy accessing. The Playground was in Cape Town. It's like 10 Ks away, and tricky hitching from Cape Town sometimes. You could be a while. And obviously it's school nights. So you want to get home by about like 1 a.m. so you can go to school the next morning. And most people probably would have to sneak out of their homes, sneak back in. I wasn't that guy. I was just the guy who just didn't give a damn what my mom thought. I'm going out. That's how it is. Deal with it. Like, you can cry about it later, mom. I was just that dude. Like, I was uncontrollable in my school, uncontrollable by my parents, uncontrollable by my peers. It's why I want to teach my son martial arts. Once a boy knows that there's nobody who can physically control him, not an adult, not a boy, he feels free. And I think that's a big part of the programming. It's different now. It seems different, but it's not different, right? Because it's got to do with self-esteem. So it's interesting, how emasculated all the men are becoming. This just blows my mind. And, I was having this conversation with my girlfriend the other day. Do you know what percentage of people use makeup? Men? Cosmic?
No, I don't.
Do you know there's a lot of men using blusher or using base? Okay, so this is fun actually. What percentage of men in USA use make-up cosmetics? It's lower in the UK, interestingly enough. So, young adults, are you ready? Are you sitting down, Cosmic?
Yeah.
Because you can't make this shit up, man. I don't know what this is about. So, okay, in the 18 to 65 age group, it's 15%, right? But in the 18 to 34, it's 72%. They're using BB creams, concealer, bronzer as part of their regular grooming routines. 72% of the younger generation are using and this is nearly half of American men participate in the makeup grooming category in some capacity. Isn't that mind-blowing, Cosmic?
I mean, that doesn't count like
There must-
shaving and stuff, though, right? Like we got like because grooming could be kind of like a sort of subjective term. Like it could just mean just like just shaving your face and stuff. But then you talk about
No,
like
but we're talking
just
here
to
about
clarify,
BB
just to
creams.
clarify.
We're talking about specifically BB creams, concealer, or bronzer.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this too is just like, especially with the social media, like I'm thinking about like the whole looks maxing thing that's going on with these younger kids. Everybody's like, that's like the new trend. It's like there's this guy clavicular, and he does like this weird stuff, like pounding hammers on his face to make him look younger and using crystal meth. Like there's some toxic people out there lately, but I noticed it's like a general trend of like younger people like feeling like they need to be perfect and flawless, because in a lot of ways that's what artificial intelligence is all about. It's about optimization, about getting like the best results, the best possible outcome, and just like no flaws whatsoever. It's pretty crazy. So when I see something like, more men needing to wear makeup, I think a lot of it is just like because of social media, there's so much more pressure to look good, appear, well. Like, I think that's probably what it is. There's just a lot more pressure to look good because, you put your stuff on social media, you get mocked and stuff. And, we're not used to having being like so visible to so many other people in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing, hey? Like, base cosmetics. 33% of Japanese men now purchase basic skincare and tone correcting base cosmetics, right? Social acceptance. 60% of Japanese respondents now hold positive views towards men wearing makeup. This is Japan, right? South Korea. 58% of the Gen Z population use some form of treatments like makeup at least once a week. In India, I noticed when I was in India and I wanted to get some sunscreen, right? The sunscreen was makeup. I could not find non-makeup sunscreen in India. The men are using. If you buy a product in India, it's skin whitening or skin bronzing. Like that those are the options. You don't have an option B or C. You can't just get like face cream that doesn't somehow change the way your face looks, because it's apparently what's in demand. I noticed it in India. It blew my mind, and I was like, holy crap, this sunscreen's going to bleach my face and make me white. Am I not white enough? Like, I'm not wearing sunscreen because I want to bleach myself. I'm wearing sunscreen because I'm in the sun at like the harsh part of the day. And that's the only time I put the sunscreen on, between like, if let's say you're walking in the high altitude and you can burn easily and you're climbing throughout the day and you're getting a little bit more sun than what you should because you're climbing the mountains, which I did quite a lot of. And then you might want to have different options. If you start burning, you want to be able to put something on where you're burning. No, if you put it on, you're going to bleach your skin. So that's what I noticed. Then it blew my mind. And China, 10 to 15% of men regularly incorporate point cosmetics such as lip products, eye pencils, and mascara into their routines. That's the whole population, right? The average makeup user in China is between 18 and 30 years old. So this is a younger generation thing that's happening, right? In a big way. Europe. Let's see what Europe is. I'm proud to say that South Africa isn't so much as these numbers. Across North America and Western Europe, 40% of men aged 18 to 34. So this is a Western thing. You notice how the stats are fairly similar for America and Europe. It's got to do with marketing. Africa, South Africa. I wonder about the black people. Do they wear makeup? Oh my gosh. So we've got 40%. So it's somewhat less than the Europe, probably because I can't imagine black men wanting to wear makeup. It just doesn't seem. Although I must admit, I have seen a lot of guys with what seem to be funny markings on their face. Concealer, foundation, bronzer. While men wearing full coverage makeup is still a niche market in South Africa, it's increasingly popular amongst younger men, urban professionals, and celebrities who use correctors, bronzers. So this is what's going on, man. Like just how twisted is our society that the men are becoming obsessed with their appearances because it's so amasculine. A real man is a man that doesn't really give a damn that much about how he looks because it's more about he's a man. Am I right or am I wrong? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think women have conditioned us out of trying to look good because I feel like what happens is men that are attractive and try to be looking attractive, usually women that are desperate or undesirable, like basically I won't say what kind, but men, I see a lot of guys that are handsome looking that are not with a pretty girl. Let's say that.
Go on, Indy. Say what kind, brother.
Handsome. But you do see an exception sometimes. But what I find is that actually, like in the 50s, they were linking up like handsome with pretty and like not so handsome with not so pretty. But I feel like later on, the progeny of the baby boomers started to diverge and then opposites started to attract. And I feel like it has a lot to do with the fact that we were exposed to lead gasoline in the 60s and 70s, and it leads to antisocial behavior. And so through the antisocial behavior and inclinations towards anxiety and psychotic behaviors and anger control management issues, women have drawn themselves away from men that are handsome looking and muscular because men can become aggressive and they also cannot trust them that they won't sleep with their friends or sleep around because they could be with anyone. So I think in the paranoia of distrust, women have drawn themselves away from being with attractive looking men. And so men are probably more prone to have a attractive wife and someone that they desire and are appreciative of having achieved the relationship with if they let themselves go and become unattractive physically, but become appealing in ways that they make a woman feel good. And so a lot of that has to do with not talking. Like if a man talks, he's not attractive to a woman. If a man listens, he is attractive to a woman. So I think that men that actually have something to say are not going to be heard by attractive women. Men that have good health are not going to be appreciated by attractive women. Typically. Now, this is very stereotypically, and this is just my prerogatives, but this is what I've observed. And it seems a bit strange to me, but I can understand like what's going on there because what really seems to happen, actually, there's an exception here, is that these attractive women tend to find a man that they can be comfortable with that's going to pay all their bills and take care of them and console them and give them emotional support all the time and not be overly demanding in bed. But when they're like ovulating or when they're in the mood, they go around and they sneak around and have a side piece that is an attractive guy. And they use him for sex and for his body only. And they don't appreciate him for anything more. Maybe they're too scared to get close. Maybe they don't think they're desirable enough to be able to achieve having a long-lasting relationship with that person. And I feel like something goes on. Women that don't think they're desirable become increasingly more attractive to try to impress people. women that do think they're desirable kind of let themselves go and do not become attractive over time, become worse looking over time. And so there's an interesting thing that goes on there. So the women that think they're the best want to have a handsome guy. Women that think they're no good are ready to settle for whatever they can get. So there's a couple of different angles to this, and it's kind of disconcerting to me because I've been very patient to try to find that one that's I guess kind of out of my league, so to speak. My father told me this. He said, A type people hire B type people. B type people hire C type people. So A can't go for A. A has to go for B. So basically what he's suggesting is that what kind of rings true to women is that being the better half, they want to find their worse half that's not as good so that they get the praise and so that they're maybe in control. And I think a lot of times women are in control and they kind of determine like how good is the nest egg? How much are you working to appease me emotionally? And how much are you working to like take care of me all the time? And if you're not like selfless, then I don't have time for you. So I think there's a lot to that. And men that are willing to take a sacrifice and like be willing to compromise their own health and be willing to compromise their own interests and be willing to compromise the fact that they have something to say and they have a lot to share and they just hide it all away and they use their money not for themselves but for her. Um, I think those guys are the ones that women are inclined to choose. And so, in a lot of ways, women have been able to control society by allowing men to try to appease them and build that nest egg. And to me, honestly, I feel like if it wasn't for men trying to impress women, men would not necessarily have come out of the caves. We wouldn't really try to build these fancy mansions that we can't afford and live beyond our means. We'd probably just be happy to settle, just wander through nature and just kind of go out and be a brute kind of troglodyte type of thing. And so I think that in a lot of ways that even though women have discouraged men from being attractive looking, they have encouraged men to become more enslaved by society and more of a better slave. So they want them to become conformist to the society to the point where they can amass like a great fortune and succumb to the inclination towards indulgences of falling into desiring riches and power, which can take away from the soul's need to seek enrichment and empowerment through nonconformity to a broken system, through self-mastery, through self-understanding, which I think there's kind of two breeds of people. You have your people that are conformists that strive towards riches and power. Then you have your kind of starving artist types that don't really value money or power. And they kind of like are happy to be humble and kind of maybe even in poverty. And people that are in poverty tend to be more giving and happy and grateful, whereas people that have money and power are more miserable and ungrateful. So, I mean, of course, there's always exceptions to all of these stereotypes that I'm laying down, but I feel like there's definitely something going on there. And of course, you know, there are some, if you look at the artistic and musical and creative community and mystical and like hippie people and stuff, they're not really drawn towards riches usually, although there can be exceptions. And there will be less of a imposition of socialization on the decisions and lifestyles and behaviors that they have. So even though typically what I was saying before, like women tend to not go for an attractive man, amongst musicians and artist types that don't really strive for conformity, they actually won't succumb to those stereotypical ways that they can be an exception. So you do see like handsome and beautiful couples that are not of the conformist type that are just looking to become in some big house with like a lot of money, which is kind of what a lot of people feel like they need to have children now. It's been very difficult for people with children to be able to afford daycare and all the like without having to like put aside their own personal interests and passions. But luckily, there's those people out there whose interests and passions have been so get dedicated to that they've really worked themselves into a place where they kind of effortlessly start to receive a lot of followers, a lot of good encouragement, and a lot of money to roll in because they're doing what they love, which is ultimately what I would love to see most people be drawn towards instead of just sacrificing that to be able to be play some slave role to get what they can so that they can fit in and function. And everybody's got a gift from their soul that they can bring to society that's unique to the world, that the world's never seen. But sometimes people don't see that, and they hit their midlife crisis, and that's their last chance. They're like, oh, I've been doing all this stuff for everyone else. But what about me? I wanted to do this when I was a kid. What is it too late now? Maybe I can do this. So sometimes people do. They try to step out of their slave role at that point. The kids have been launched out of the house or something, usually, and they can then go into what their passion was again. And although they haven't, like you guys said, poured so much dedication and work and sacrifice into building that artistic or musical skill yet, they might have had some kind of an inkling of it when they were young that they can conjure back up, and maybe it can unravel into become something really good because their passion's really pouring into it now. But of course, it would have been way better potentially if they had worked on it all along, which maybe they had like in the background a little bit sometimes for their pastimes, which would be good. Every bit of practice helps to make things more effortless and help you ascend to new levels of achievement and skill. So I've been very dead with this in a lot of circles, but I've spread myself out doing so many different kind of things, working towards it's probably would have been able to make me raise higher if I was more focused on one particular thing. But I try to be a Renaissance man, a jack of all trades, just to be versatile, because I value versatility more than being stuck in one particular thing. But go ahead, Franklin.
Yeah, brother. I'm seeing this as there's two different things. There's two different situations working in these dynamics. And they actually tie into our conversation quite neatly. So I would relate them to light and speech. So, okay, if we're going to look at the money thing, we look at the money thing as being separate. Here's the interesting point, and most people don't realize this. But good-looking men earn more money than not good-looking men in the world, generally speaking. That's one of those well-documented things, which isn't even a new thing. So the better looking someone is, the more likely they're able to open doors to get cool jobs. Because every company wants to have good-looking people working in their company because it makes them feel prestigious, right? So if someone ever comes to the office, everybody's good-looking, it means that it's easier. Like a good-looking lawyer is going to be better functional as a lawyer than a not good-looking lawyer because they might be able to disarm other people in meetings because they're attractive. If we look at that, just as an example. And that goes right across. Better-looking salespeople are able to sell more, right? Better-looking negotiators are able to negotiate better deals. Better-looking people that are going to promote certain ideas. So it's really interesting. And so this is one of those things which is quite a big thing. And what they say, the studies that they've done in the US, right, showing that men that are good looking will earn anything more from 5K to 20K more annually. Now that's 5 to 20K more money that they can spend on a woman. Why wouldn't women want to be with those men? I want you to think about that for a moment. And you outlined one of the issues there. Well, Indy, there are a lot of women that are obsessed with security, and all they want is a man that will be able to give them what they need secure-wise. And so women can be very tactical when it comes to choosing a mate because it's wired into them. They're the ones that's going to carry the baby, right? And they know that when they're carrying the baby, they aren't going to be able to be so functional to earn money or whatever. So they need to know that the father has got them. There's going to be 2 years or 3 years in a woman's life where she's not really going to be that functional financially. She's going to be carrying a baby, pregnant, hormonal. Then she's going to be breastfeeding, getting her body back to normal. Then she's going to be like with the baby all the time because the baby needs mommy all the time. So those 3 years are also very expensive years because you need a lot of money. Like anybody that's had a baby will tell you, you're constantly buying baby clothes. You're constantly buying nappies. You're constantly buying this and that. You spend a lot of money. Even just the amount of hot water you go through in a month. You double your electrical usage, for example. It's just part of the course. And you got to spend a lot of more money on the mother because she's having a hard time. So you got to pamper her. So it's expensive having a baby. But you got to ask yourself why it is. And this thing about, so on the one hand, the good-looking men are earning more money. But a lot of these good-looking men that are earning more money, do you know they don't have a mate? Isn't that interesting? And it's not just because they don't want one, because they can screw around, because any man can screw around. In fact, most men, a lot of men these days in the younger generations do, especially with the dating apps. So women are actually not that attracted. Oh, tiggly. No, but I mean, this is a fact. That a woman can be more strategic in choosing a mate than men because they have to. They got to think ahead about their babies. And if a woman's like, I'm not talking about young girls now, I'm talking about women. And I know because I have a lot of clients and they like this guy. They're drawn to him, but they don't know whether he's going to be solid enough to be able to be a father. What kind of a father will he be? This is how a woman thinks. When a woman meets a guy and she's serious about this guy, she's thinking, will you be a good dad? And if she thinks he's not going to be a good dad, that downs her opinion of him as a father. Will he be able to provide for his kid? Will he be able to look after me when I'm pregnant? These are important things because the woman understands these realities better than the men. Men tend to live more come as you go, happy-go-lucky. Women tend to be more cognizant of the physical realities around them. They're more aware of what's going on than men. They walk into a room, they notice the art on the walls, they notice the way the room, they notice the feng shui better normally than men. The men aren't that fussed. Yeah. The woman will notice if the other woman's had a haircut or if her boobs are bigger than my boobs. Men, oh, her boobs are bigger than I didn't notice. Like, I like her boobs, but I didn't notice they were bigger than you. Men aren't doing all of that math so much. Women do. They're always doing math. And so that's on one hand, women can be strategic. On another hand, what do you know what makes a man attractive to a woman? Is not how he looks. Humor. Women are more attracted to humor than anything else. And I used to always be very flippant and humorful. And I always had this woman running after me. Because women love laughing. Women are attracted to men that have an intelligent mind, are funny, and are stable emotionally, and can keep them safe and protect them. Women are not interested in violent men. But women want to know that when they are with their man, if another man comes and causes trouble, that man's going to see his ass. Women unconsciously want that safety with their man. They want to know that that man that they're with has got them and they're safe. No one can touch them. No one can mess with them. My man's here with me. Women want to have that feeling, whether they recognize it or not. So men tend to, these so-called good-looking men, they spend so much time on their appearance and how they look and gymming up and, trying to be macho and whatever. And, like I remember being on the dance floor, right? And this is like many, like decades ago. And this guy's woman was brushing her titties against me and her bum against me. I was getting like annoyed by her. It's like all the women used to brush their titties. Another thing is, does the man give a damn about what other people think? If the man goes on the dance floor and he dances like I don't care what anybody thinks, I'm just here to dance and screw all of you. All the women want to rub their titties against that man because they realize that man's not bound by social cords like all the others. That man's unique, different. They want that unique, different man because they want to feel like they've got a man that's unique. These are all currents that attract women. And I'm going to get into the good-looking thing just now. And I know that from when I was young in school very, very well. And it's going to blow your mind because it's very occult. It's very much to do with manifestation, light, and speech. So on the one hand, it's speech, right? And so this big guy came up to me. He was a bodybuilder. And he was like a head taller than me. And he was like big, broad, massive bodybuilder guy. And he sort of came to try and be intimidating towards me. And I looked him in the eye and I laughed in his face. I said to him, dude, you're a bodybuilder. Me, I'm a fighter. Do you think like because you spend time in a bodybuilding gym that you would ever stand a chance against me, man to man? You're dreaming, man. You're dreaming. You can't move your knee fast enough before I crack your knee. And then I break your jaw. You won't have a chance. And he got shocked because this guy, I'm not I've been spending time in a body. I'm just a real guy, but I looked into his eyes. And what he saw in my eyes scared the hell out of him. And his girlfriend reacted so intently when she saw this guy crap himself when he looked into my eyes before I even spoke. He saw in my eyes that I was like, yeah, you want to do this? Try, see what happens. Come, I dare you. And he didn't expect me, because I'm not this big bodybuilding guy, to look him in the eyes as if, like, dare you. But, like, he could obviously unconsciously feel that I was ready to crack his knee and groin kick and catch him on that meridian and collapse his throat and catch him with a palm strike on the temple and then break his jaw. Like, in my mind, I'd really floored this guy. I'd hospitalized him. He was waiting for the ambulance. And he was shocked looking into this guy's eyes. Now, this guy, I'm not an aggressive guy. I'm on the dance floor, I'm having fun, but this guy came to intimidate me. His girlfriend saw this and she then wanted to be with me. She didn't want to be with him anymore. Like, it was a weirder situation. I was like, look, I'm not interested in you. You're rubbing your titties against me. That's disgusting. And because I'm a real man, I'm disgusted by a strange woman rubbing her titties against me. That made women more attracted to me because I had integrity, because I had a core of integrity, and I was funny. And then when I spoke to the guy, I spoke to him in a flippant way that, like, and I took the piss out of him. And he felt like 2 centimeters small. So women are attracted by humor, by men that can be clever and funny. Women are attracted by men that know who they are strong. Now, very often those men that are strong and grounded within themselves, they aren't interested in their appearance. They're not interested in going to do their hair up. They're not interested in this. They're not interested in all of those other external things because they don't need those external things to validate who they are as men. They know deep down who they are. They know that they are men, and the woman can sense that. So this is one of the reasons why women end up with men that aren't necessarily outwardly seemingly attractive. And why the attractive men that usually earn more money look at the really gorgeous woman and go, why isn't she with me? What's she see in that guy? Do you know how many guys I've seen that are good looking can't understand what that woman sees in that guy because he doesn't have much money. He doesn't drive an amazing car. I drive a bloody Porsche. I've got money. I'm good looking. I'm a bodybuilder. What does she see in him? And I would laugh at these guys. I say, well, mate, he's a real man. She sees that. She can feel it. When it comes down to it, when she has a baby, he's going to be a real man. He's going to be a real father. You are a fake. You're a pretentious external dude that's all fake and pretentious. Now, getting into the good looking thing, right? That's another point. I realized when I was 10 years old that sexual attraction between men and women is a psychic phenomenon. And I realized that I could change the way my face looked to a woman's eyes. How's this for a concept, people? And I exercised this to the point when I was 12 and 13, like every girl was interested in me. By the time I was like 15, 16, I had like like towards a woman, like interested, and it had become an impulse. It's why I had to grow a beard to protect myself from myself, because I realized that if I become aware of how my face contours look and I recognize that this is the perfect face, this is what a good face looks like, and I project that thought out at a woman, she's going to start to believe it. And so I did. And believe it or not, a lot of how you feel about how you look is what people see when they look at you. They don't look at what you actually look like. They're looking at your face, but how you feel about your face projects outwardly, and how you carry yourself will make you good looking. That's why you can say to 5 women, look at that man, is he good looking? And they're all going to have a different opinion. No, he's not that good looking. He's cute. The other one will be, he's not cute. He's not cute at all. He's ugly. He's so hot. That guy's gorgeous. No, he's not. I find that guy pathetic. That guy's cute. The woman can never agree over who's good looking. Sometimes they can, but usually when they can agree on a guy that's good looking, it's because he's an alpha male. And it's not got to do specifically with his good looks. It's got to do with the way he carries himself. And he carries himself in a way that the woman know, like, this is a man. This is the man I want to be with. All the other men want to be like him. All the other men are following that man. That man's a leader. If I'm with that man, I've got loads of social status just by being next to him. Like, he's a status engine. So there's a lot of this emotional status that is a big part of the sexual attraction. Then there's the psychic element of how the man feels about how he looks. Does he look at himself and go, oh, I'm not good looking? Or does he look at himself and go, you're a beast? And if he looks at himself and he goes, you're a beast, the women are going to look at him and go, he's a beast, right? And then there's the element as well of creativity. Women are looking for a creative man, because a creative man will find a creative solution for every problem that comes in life. That creativity is displayed during humor. So when someone has a creative mind, they're able to be creative in the way that they communicate and be creative in the way that they express thoughts and ideas, and that comes across as funny. And so women are most sexually attracted to funniness. This is like universally across the board. So if a man's funny, the girls are going to be attracted to him. If you go into a social environment and you go to the place where the women are laughing and giggling, that man that's making the woman giggle and laugh, and he's standing there with a group of women around him and they're all giggling and laughing, all those women want that man. They all want him because they can sense he has a creative mind, a creative potential around him. It's an energetic field, and they are drawn into that field because they know this is the guy that's going to make things happen because of his mind, because of his... So women are not just drawn to men physically, but they do want to know that they feel safe with men. So some men take that to mean that they've got to go in a gym and pump iron and get big muscles, right? But they don't realize that those big muscles are an inhibition to them being able to perform, right? A bloke with big muscles can't move quickly. He can't flow. He can't move with flow. So have you noticed that big boxers don't have big muscular builds? Anybody notice that? Go and look at martial artists. They don't have big bodybuilder builds. They've got athletic builds. Do you know why? Because it's more productive as a fighter. So if you're going to protect someone, having a big, bulky, muscular build isn't necessarily going to help you, because it's no point having a big muscle if you're going to throw a punch, but you're never going to land it.
Don't they
right?
call that show muscles versus like there's people who build up muscles just for the appearance rather than actual functional whatever.
Exactly. So I think like a lot of the please carry on.
It's all about your stance and your form when you're a fighter and stuff, and you can knock people like over a table or something if you have that, and it's really about being fast and having that balance of agility and strength. And I think when you have that and you have you focus more on fast twitch muscles, that you get that speed and you get that like lean muscle that's lean and strong. Whereas like when you do slow twitch muscles, is all about like anaerobic lifting all the time, as opposed to like practicing like sparring or something. Then you're kind of just, you look like you're you're impressive looking, like there's some kind of gorilla, but you're much slower. You don't have that speed. And even somebody that's smaller than you, that has that fast twitch muscle and that form and that stance, can then like knock you out. And that's why they said that the bigger they come, the harder they fall. But at one point, I studied martial arts, and we did a lot of practices where you would try to stand and push each other and make sure you couldn't be pushed over. So I kind of learned that stance and form from that practice. And at one point, I hardly ever fought. But one guy took a case of Rolling Rock that I bought to the host of this party, this girl that I was trying to impress, and he took it and kicked me out of the party and threw it down the steps and smashed all the bottles. And I just got so pissed. I kind of read it out and knocked him over the couch, and he fell on the backside of the couch. And then the people were like, "Where did he go?" I'm like, "I don't hope he's not knocked out back there. I don't know." But he saw me on the bus the next day. He's like, "You broke my glasses. You have to buy me new glasses." I said, "You buy me a case of Rolling Rock, I'll get you some glasses. Let me know." But that was one of the rare times when I ever drank. But that was quite an experience. I didn't know I had that power, because a lot of times when I had fought, it was because I was drunk. And that was like one of the only times when I was just irate. But I wanted to mention something too about what you were talking about with the women and the men. I think another factor could be the fact that women see, and this kind of ties into what you were saying about how they want the man to be there for the children if they have a child. Attractive men, even though they might make more money and have more money and have a better nest egg, tend to divorce and remarry younger women when they get older. And so I think women could be discouraged from having that outset and be more driven towards having a man that's more comforting. And I think really it all breaks down to the fact that what you're talking about, they want somebody that's more inclined to appease them emotionally, whether that's through humor or through attentiveness or being a good listener or learning to shut up and start to understand and ask good questions instead of ramble on about their own passions and their own interests. But I think there's always exceptions to this, but I feel like this is a strong trend that's very resonant amongst women. I think they'll understand that this to be true. And a lot of people will recognize this to be a real thing. I personally have never really understood humor, and so people will make jokes and laugh, and I'll try to like laugh along, and then I'll be like, wait, I don't really understand. Is it a joke?
I kind of have the opposite problem, Indy. I'll be in situations where I'll find something extremely funny, and they'd be like, "Why are you laughing at that? You seem like totally insane." Like I remember like watching a movie in theaters, and I thought it was just like totally like terrible, and I was just like laughing hysterically, totally sober, by the way. Like nobody else in the theater was laughing. So in a lot of ways, I'm like, it's like, or people will get, I'll think of something funny in my head, and then people in the room will assume I'm laughing at them and get angry. And I'm like, I wasn't laughing at you, man, So I kind of have the opposite problem.
That's hilarious, dude. I'd think to go to cinema with you. That'd be funny, bro. I'd love that. To watch people react, because I'd be the guy who's then making a circus out of the people reacting, because I can't help myself. then it would get really funny to the people that are watching the people reacting. Does that make sense? Like I'm that guy. I always want to, like, if people are like full of shit, those are the people I want to trigger. And I sort of get a kick out of triggering people that are full of crap, because it's like, I'm like, can you see you're full of crap? Okay, let me show you. Did you see it? Let me show you again. Can you see it now? Have you noticed that you're full of crap? And then when everybody starts noticing that they're full of crap, then that sort of is like a turning point for themselves. They realize, oh my gosh, I'm full of crap. And sometimes it's actually quite cathartic and healing for people. I've actually made a lot of friends like that, as weird as that sounds. But I would dig to be in a cinema with you, cranking out the laughter. I'd probably be laughing with you just because it's funny that you're laughing. But it's funny that people get offended by you, Cosmic.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I was like, yeah, but sometimes I'll just laugh at times that are like, inappropriate, because I'll just be like, because I have so many like thoughts that just like sometimes I'll just have an idea in my head, and I'll just like, and I just like have to laugh at it just because it's like it's so insane and so ridiculous,
Yeah, when I was actually down in Florida for my grandmother's birthday, she kept telling me, she's like, you keep smiling and it makes me nervous. I feel like you have some secret joke you're not telling me. And I told her I'm not really much of a joker. I wish I was more a funny person inclined towards humor, but I'm just happy and they call me Smiley and I tend to just smile a lot. And I guess it might make people uncomfortable. I don't know. Um, I don't really have very strong anxiety or a sense of anxiety, so I'm not really aware when people are nervous about the fact that I'm smiling. And it would be sad if I was, and then I discourage myself from allowing myself to smile. Because when you smile, it actually helps improve your mood. And if you're in a bad mood and you force yourself to smile, it can actually improve your mood and make you feel happier. Because something about the shape of the face and the use of those muscles kind of is associated with the happiness mind state, so it can kind of push you into that state. If something makes you smile, then you're more likely to become happier and come out of that bad mood. So if it might be really hard to get yourself to laugh or smile, but once you do, you're starting to recover from that mood issue that you were under. um, but I think a lot of times I've been mostly focused on being more serious in life. And I think a lot of people have told me, like, if you were just kind of like less serious and just more casual and just more focused on being fun, then you'd be more appealing. But you're too serious for me. I was attracted to you at first glance, but now that I've spoken to you, I'm not going to talk to you anymore because you don't really make jokes. You just talk about information and knowledge, and there's something missing here. So I don't know. It's, I think that a lot of people are very different, and some people appreciate a brainiac, and that's called sapiosexual. They find attractive men handsome or attractive or whatever, whereas other women just see that kind of as an obstacle to, like, you make me feel dumb, like I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know how to respond. So luckily I had some friend come over last night, and she was very smart. She was telling me about Amon Hillman, and she's like, "Oh, I know about this guy Amon Hillman. You have to learn about him." And she started to describe him. Now he's a classical Greek translator of the Bible, uncovering lost hidden stories of the Bible, particularly the theriac and the pufferfish poison. The theriac being the walking communion from the Pitas viper, where Jesus himself took the Pitas viper venom to be able to have a spiritual vision, but he needed to create the antidote with an adolescent by putting the venom into their blood and then creating from their bodily fluid the antidote, which he then took. And so the way she described it was very entertaining, but it was not as informative as Amon Hillman. So I started to correct her on that and tell her it wasn't just a psychedelic, and it wasn't like he wasn't just using these adolescent boys in like a weird perverted way or anything. He was using it to survive the spiritual experience of the vision that he got from the viper venom. And she kind of like had like a different bias and interpretation of his work, because she has a son that she raises that she's very close and protective with, kind of like a mother bear. And so she's like thinking that like these disciples were bad guys, like taking advantage of these young kids. But the way that it was conveyed to me, what was going on is that they just were reliant upon a younger blood to be able to create the antidote, because once people get older, they don't have enough vitality to create the antidote from the viper venom. But interestingly, in the story, Mary Magdalene was able to save his life because he was arrested before he was able to get the antidote, much as why they had a baby or a child walking behind him with that was naked, maybe with like a rags on him or something, trying to chase after Jesus in the story of when he was crucified in the Bible, because that child had the antidote. He was trying to catch up with him. But what would happen would be that he would have died from the venom. So Mary Magdalene administered the pufferfish poison to him while he was on the cross to put him into paralysis. And then when they thought he was dead, they took him down off the cross and put him into the tomb that Joseph of Arimathea bought for him to be put into, because he wasn't going to die. He was going to reawaken after she administered the antidote to the pufferfish poison after 3 days, which is part of the ceremony, where he goes to out of his body to experience the divine and then return back to the mortal plane. But basically, at that point, he was risen up and then left for Kashmir, where he had come from. But basically, usually what they would do when they were crucified is they would all put them into a mass grave. So they wanted to avoid that kind of a situation because they want to have him need to be digged out of the mass grave, or dug out rather. So it was an interesting experience last night where I actually found somebody else that's heard of Amin Hillman, which is awesome. And she was like, "Oh, you don't really meet like a smart girl that much, do you?" And I'm like, "Thank God I did," because it's kind of like hard to try to play dumb for me. I don't really like small talk and playing dumb and having uneducated conversations that much. Although I'm sure women love that kind of thing, just meaningless, humorful conversations. I wish I was more inclined to do it, or more skilled at it. But I'm glad that I can find some people, some women that are actually more educated and can have a deeper conversation about things that are more meaningful to me.
You got to learn to interject your humorous side with your intellectual side. One of the things I've kind of been thinking about when it comes to anything that's successful in life, it's always like a convergence of things. Like, I remember I had a difficult time. I always kind of wanted to write a novel because I had kind of different interests. I like horror, I liked fantasy, I liked, science fiction, I liked sort of action adventure. And I was only able to fully finish a novel until I had a story that composed of all of those elements I like. So I think in a lot of ways, you can find ways to either, I always try, even if I'm in small talk, I always try to find the ways to guide the conversation to just something weird and just kind of open up. Oh, but did you consider this? And they're just like, wait, no, I haven't considered that, And it's interesting too. You also have to consider that, sometimes people will talk small talk, but they may be just like you and they figure, oh, I got to conform too. And sometimes when you put yourself out there, they'll be like, oh my God, I thought I was the only one. So in some ways, if someone's talking in small talk, it's like, talk about weird stuff anyway, because they may be, a secret outsider like you that's just kind of playing along. And it's like, oh, thank God I don't have to be normal. So in a lot of ways, doing that spontaneous stuff can kind of help free people from their rut.
It's interesting. Just bringing it to the manifestation light speech, one element is light. So think of light as being external and think of speech as being internal. That's an interesting way of looking at it. And we externalize what's internal through communication when we speak. So the speech is bringing what's inside out. And the light is what we see by bringing the world that's outside us into our heads, as it were. So it's bringing it's the focus of the outside to take in light, and the focus of the inside to bring out vibration. And it's a very interesting a concept, because we're talking about the breath here. We're talking about the in-breath and the out-breath, the anapanasana, and how this relates to manifestation, and how manifestation has this dual potential. Like you look at the Ida and the Pingala as a notion. I've done this before, but I'll put it up for new people that come, so they can see what I am talking about. So when we speak about the Ida and the Pingala, we are essentially talking about the two channels, right? And these two channels are fundamentally the currents of the soul body manifesting through physicality, right? And so the Pingala is the solar channel here, right? And it has to do with electrical particles, right? And how these particles manifest, objectify electrically. And this is light. Sound, or Sushumna, is a combination of this light as well as the magnetism. Now, the light is more of a cadence due to the magnetic fields producing the cadence. And the resonance of the magnetic fields against the particles produces the cadence of sound. So the sound is more related to the to the Ida, right? And so that's quite important. So, for example, when you look at the pituitary gland, maybe I can bring this up for you. The growth hormone related is crucial for the development, survival, protection of the inner ear cells. Let me bring this up here. So here you can see, let me make this bigger for you. So the pituitary gland, right? It's regulating these growth hormones, and these proliferation of these inner ear cells are really profoundly driven, and the pituitary gland regulates this much more, and it can lead to auditory processing issues if the pituitary gland's not in balance. Now the pineal gland, right? Pineal gland, more important than pituitary for hearing. Oh gosh, I spelled the word wrong. Anyway, it doesn't matter. For hearing, Google will fix it for me. So the pineal gland, right, is very important. Well, they say it protects hearing. It secretes melatonin, antioxidant. Okay, yes. Sorry, for vision. So light sensor. So the mechanism, the pineal gland receives signals, light signals directly from the retinas, right? So there's a direct light censoring happening between the pineal glands and the retinas of the eyes. And so this is what drives melatonin production, if that makes sense. And melatonin production is driven by your eyes. And serotonin is not necessarily specifically driven by your eyes. It's affected by these things. It is affected. But it's very interesting how these pineal gland is much more wired into our eyes. Obviously, the pineal and the pituitary both play important roles for the eyes and the ears, but the pituitary isn't getting the direct light signals that the pineal gland is. And so the pineal gland drives through the pituitary gland all the hormonal systems because of its connection to the eyes through light. Now, the pituitary gland does a similar thing with the hearing. And so we can sort of relate this idea to the pituitary gland, which is the Ida, which is more related to our emotional state. So this is why music makes you more emotional, more quickly, more easily than a visual piece of art. But a visual piece of art can stimulate broad levels of thinking more easily than music, right? So if you look at a piece of art, it can make you have eureka moments of like, wow, I never thought of it in that way before. Wow, that's the beauty of looking at art. I never looked at the universe from that perspective. That's an interesting idea. Wow. Music, on the other hand, goes right past that eureka mental notion into deep feeling emotional currents that the music and the rhythm that it wants to bring into your body and the tones and the way you feel. And so this feeling is related very much to the Ida. And that rational eureka moments and ideas are related very much to the Pingala. So I just give you this background for those that don't know about this and don't understand this division, that the Pingala is related more to the pineal, related more to vision, and the Ida is related more to the pituitary and related more to hearing than to vision. Not exclusively, but more to it. And this is important to recognize and realize, because when we start to work with our personal inner alchemy, we're going to be working with our emotional states, and we're going to be working with our mental outlooks and our perception, and that they aren't exactly, they're like two worlds apart, our masculine and our feminine force, if you will. And so how these relate then is quite important when we're looking at this particular state of consciousness that we're going to be riding into. Now, this was somehow going to be related to what you guys were talking about a minute ago. I got sidetracked into the Ida Pingala drama. I didn't want to spend so much time in it, but I feel I need to give a background, because otherwise other people come to this podcast and go like, what the hell is he talking about? Doesn't make any sense without that insight. What was it we were talking about a minute ago? Are you guys aware?
The pineal gland and vision.
Before that, like when Indy was speaking last.
We're talking about men and women. We were talking about fighting. What else?
You were talking about women, right? Women are much more in tune with the pituitary processes, with the Ida, than men. That's why they have a greater emotional intelligence than men, generally speaking, right? This is obviously general. It's not a rule. They're more emotionally able to deal with feelings, and they're more in tune with the feelings. Men, as a automatic setting, are much more rational. And that rational, the pineal gland operates rationally. The pituitary gland operates irrationally. And so women aren't necessarily always reasonable. They're more insightful. Men are more reasonable. They will reason out to get to the logic. Obviously, men and women both have the capacity for reason and insights. Some men are much more insightful than other men, even more than women. And some women are more reasonable than men, and other women too. So, but that's an interesting perspective when we're looking at these two different fields of light versus speech, where speech is acting out that emotional current to be externalized. And in the process of acting out that emotional current to be externalized through sound, they're able to carry the information of the logos of logic. And so that you see how they fit together, masculine to feminine to masculine to feminine. It's a toric field of fractal unions that travel through each other, of toric fields within toric fields, as in a sense. And when we are taking in the light, right, which is a rational experience, right, we then also bring in the emotional feeling context. So it's interesting how when we enact the feminine, we become masculine. And when we enact the masculine, we become feminine. It's got to do with charge, right? If you take on negative energy to a point, let's say you're taking on electrons, you will start taking on electrons because there's a deficit of electrons, because that's how electricity works. But once you go past that deficit, you'll actually have more negative electrons than positive, and you will have changed your polarity. And if you are losing electrons, it's because you had too much electrons. And once the current is flowing, you'll end up losing electrons past the middle point, and you'll end up becoming positively charged. And so there's this juxtapositioning in the way that masculine energy works, and it's almost contradictory if you perceive it and understand it, which is why you'll find a lot of Western and Eastern traditions will have reversed ideas of what it represents. The element of water is emotional, or the element of water is mentally thought, right? But in the West, we tend to assume that emotions relate to water. But then when we're talking to each other, we say, I was having a moment of deep reflection. Oh, you were you? Yeah, I was having a moment of deep reflection. What reflects? Water reflects. Oh, but is reflection about feeling or is reflection about thinking? Wow, that's an interesting point, right? And when we talk about fire, people say, I had a lightning bolt. The light went on in my head. Oh, the light went on in your head. Yeah. The light going on in your head is a fiery expression, right? And fire is supposed to be inspiration, but also relates to passion. But you see how we use language and how these different principles. If you go to India, fire represents the will and represents Saturn's center of logic, interestingly enough. So the West and the East have got different perceptions of the elemental states, which is rather fascinating. And I think it ties in as well to our different polarities we're starting from. Because if you start from one polarity and you face a fire, if you're in a hot country and you stand in front of a fire, it's getting too hot. If you're in a hot country and you stand in front of a cool pool of water, it's nice and refreshing. If you're in a cold country and you stand in front of a cool pool of water, it makes you feel more cold. But if you stand in front of a hot fire, it warms you up. So fire and water mean different things to people, whether you live in a hot climate or a cold climate. That's like the simplified way of looking at it, but there's much more nuance to the way that this works in the psyche. And I think like this is an interesting perspective when it comes to this light and speech and the manifestation of these two different fields, which I'm only calling them two fields because we're looking at them as in terms of distinction and rationale, but they're actually polarities of a single field. What do you think about that? Cosmic, are you with me or are you sandwich land?
No, I was kind of thinking about something else. Could you repeat that, your question? Just real quick.
That light and sound are not really two separate things, but they're more like a polarity of one thing.
I think you're definitely onto something there, Franklin, because I've been thinking about this concept of the fourth eye, because I know everybody talks about the third eye, but I've been kind of realizing that it's like with the whole, the idea of perceptual nodes in Zarfexology. And now that I've been kind of thinking about this conversation, it's helped me kind of think about it, because it's like with the third eye, you start visually. Like, let's say the third eye is like imagine a pink elephant. So in your third eye, some kind of pink elephant is going to appear in your mind's eye, and then maybe there'll be a zoo surrounding it, maybe there'll be a jungle, maybe some kind of psychedelic landscape or a different planet. But that image becomes the seed that then fills the image of your third eye Zerfax. But the fourth eye seems to be more emotional and related to kind of the synesthesia I'm talking about. So with that particular eye, it starts with a feeling. And then, so for, let's say I'm hearing a particular song that I like, and that song for me evokes the feeling of purple because it's in the key of F, right? And so then I start thinking about purple things, and purple objects kind of manifest from that purple feeling. And I've realized it's like these are two different ways that one's mind can approach the astral. And I think that the third node thing, that third eye, I think that's more dominant in men, and that fourth eye thing I was talking about, that's more dominant in women. So, and then I think magic is learning about like how to use both of these perceptual nodes essentially, because the self from the phase perspective is that you take all three of these nodes, and that the center nexus where all of those things interconnect, where all three of those things, that's the true sort of self, essentially. So I'm thinking about like how in a lot of ways with and this has like really helped me figure out something, that in some sense that you can learn to see with your mind's eye and see kind of a node that way. But I've also learned that when I hear a color, I try to visualize the color being sort of outside of me. Like, so for example, if I hear an orange noise, it's like outside of my peripheral vision, it's like I'm in some orange universe where there's like an orange sky, and that's kind of like how my synesthesia. It's like the astral. It's like I have a secret doorway into the astral plane, because that's kind of like how it is you describe it. It's this very abstract, colorful, et cetera, et cetera. So I mean, obviously, I think with the Ida and the Pingala, it kind of goes back to also when you talk about the dichotomy between the etheric and the astral. The etheric being more kind of that like rational thing, and the astral being more of that intuitive thing. So in a lot of ways, for me, I've always kind of thought that a song is a painting and a painting is a song, because in a lot of ways, when I hear a piece of music, it'll be visual for me. Like a landscape will start to form in my mind's eye of some kind of like, abstract space. Likewise, I can also look at a painting or a piece of like a movie or something like that, and music would start to come out of the colors and the shapes. And it's like, oh, if this painting is an orange, then musically it evokes the feeling of the key of middle C, because the middle key of middle C sounds very orange to me. And in a lot of ways, and when you process information in that way, it's very easy when you say that, like, light and sound are the same thing. It's like that makes perfect sense, because I already essentially experience it that way anyway, because often colors evoke sounds and musical tones often evoke colors. So to me, it's like, if I think of the note middle C and the color orange, to me, they're essentially the same thing. That musical, that feeling one gets when you hit that particular musical note, and the feeling you get when your eyes meet a particular color, I realize they evoke the exact same, like, emotional sort of experience, the same kind of qualia, if you will. So yeah, if anything, I feel like our five senses are kind of like a prism. It's like, the Dark Side of the Moon album color, where you got the white light going through the triangular prism, and then it splits off into red, orange, yellow, blue, green, etc. I think the body is kind of like that. In the same way a white light goes through a prism and splits off into different colors, so too we get different senses. Sight, sound, smell, taste, touch are also kind of like split into a kind of rainbow like prism of sensory experience. And so it's interesting to kind of realize that all of these sensory pathways are essentially trying to infer and understand the same phenomenon.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good summary. They're all inferring the same phenomenon. So, like, basically, touch is vibration. When you're touching something, the reason you feel that thing is because it's a different frequency to your hand. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, that makes sense. It's also why, like, when you touch someone else, it feels very different. So, like, if you're touching your hand, it's a very different sensory experience than touching someone else's. Because when you touch your own hand, you don't really feel much of an electrical charge, essentially. But when you touch someone else's hand, you're like, oh, this is a different frequency. And you feel like almost like an electrical current running you. So, yeah, definitely.
Exactly. When you touch wood, there's quite a satisfying feeling when you touch wood, right? And I'm not talking about the wood that you wake up with in the mornings, boys. You know what I mean by touching wood, yeah?
Yeah, and wood smells good too. But I think we can extrapolate this idea further. I think it's not only can you hear colors, I think you can probably touch colors too. Like if you think about when you feel an object, there's probably a color sense. So like if you think about something that's red, you don't want to touch it because you assume it's hot. Whereas if an object is blue, you do kind of want to touch it because you assume it's cool and soothing, etc. Or if something is like yellow or purple, you might assume maybe it's poisonous or toxic. But the point is, it seems like that color, you can feel color too. Or even if you taste something, when you have something in the mouth, you got to think like every herb and every flavor is also like a different color in your mouth. Or if you think of those colors can be sound. And then because to me, when it comes to psychedelics And one of the interesting things that it really does is it takes all these, sensory pathways and essentially just kind of puts them all into a blender and mixes them all together. And you start to understand the universe from that different kind of perspective.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of nuance in the senses in the way that they interact. And, like feeling colors, definitely I can relate to that. Like if I reach out to someone, like how my inner senses work is it's vibration. And I can stretch my awareness through that vibration towards someone else. And then I can feel their pitch, which is a particular frequency. And I can feel my vibration, and I can feel their vibration. And as I focus on their vibration, it starts to become a tangible set of colors. Right? So, and then I start to get impressions of colors. In other words, each vibration carries a different color and different sounds and different frequencies. So sounds and colors are all emanations of vibration. And because vibration is like the throat chakra. But then the throat chakra becomes like sound as it touches the heart, right? And then the sound of the throat becomes there. And then that becomes like color when it touches the solar plexus, right? Of like the light and the sun, the solar plexus. That's why we call it, because it's a place where light is related. And then when that touches the sacral plexus, it starts to become like something that will react to other things, right? That's that electrical principle we're talking about. And when it becomes like lower into the root, then it becomes solid, like a solid thing. So there's that electrical energy we're talking about, which is like in the sacral. There's that light color energy that we're talking about, color and aura frequencies, which is in the solar plexus. Then there's the sound that we're experiencing in the heart, which is from the vibrational field. And then there is moving beyond sound into pure vibration in the throat. And so that's like an interesting, as we develop through our meditation, these things happen naturally. And so the point I think that I'm trying to make is that the vibrational field that we're experiencing is sound, becomes sound. And the same vibrational field that we're experiencing becomes light, vision. And the same vibrational field that we're experiencing becomes texture. And the texture can be tasted, right? It can be felt, right? And this same thing then becomes more solid objects. And more solid objects, you can smell them, because if when I take my dogs out and let them poo, and I'll be like in the garden, like standing there looking at the moon, and suddenly I get this waft from my dog pooing over there coming to my nose of the smell of his poo, because he'll be pooing over there. I've got a very, very sensitive smell. I'm like, oh, damn, the microparticles of his poo has floated on the air and rested in the inside of my nose. That's disgusting. But that's what's happening, right? These microparticles of poo are resting in your nose, and your nose is tuning into the vibration of that thing, and you are smelling that according to that vibration. So everything is vibration, whether it's vision, hearing, sense of touch, vibration, whether it's the sense of taste. You're tasting a different frequency chemically in your spit, and you're smelling a different frequency of solid object resting on the membrane. So, and that sort of ties into what you were saying so eloquently, where you said, how did you put it, Cosmic? You said all the different senses, and I'm paraphrasing to a point, are all giving you a different version of the same experience.
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much pretty close.
Yeah, and I think it was wise when you said that all this vibration, because these are just various forms of vibration. And I sometimes think to myself, going back to what I was indoctrinated to think, that sound doesn't exist in space because there's no atmosphere for it to travel on, whereas light does. But then there's the idea of the firmament and the primordial waters being the ether, which upon sound maybe could travel, or perhaps sound travels in a different way that we're just not familiar with, that we haven't been able to gauge with our instrumentation. But honestly,
Well,
one
they
thing,
do have those like NASA things where I know everybody here hates NASA, but they have those things where they would like try to record the electromagnetic frequencies that these planets operate, and they translate that into sound. So it may be very well that there is sound in space, but it doesn't exist in a way that vibrates off of air that our ears can like electroacoustically pick up. So it's like we would have to develop a completely different sensory organ to probably hear the sounds that exist in space. I'm very interested in that
thing is,
idea.
nobody's probably ever put their ear to space to hear if there's sound, because people would like implode if they're exposed to the vacuum of space without the pressure of an atmosphere.
Yeah,
So
true.
speculation. I don't know if anybody's actually been able to try to listen to see if this is true. Although they could have used instrumentation to see if they would pick up the things that our ears are familiar with, or what they think our ears get the sound from. But
Well,
one
I
thing,
think if you think about in general what the concept of sound actually is that you're taking an object. So, like if I take a gust of wind and that wind hits a bunch of wind chimes without, it makes a sound because of the wind chimes. But if there's no wind chimes or trees or debris in which the wind can act upon, it doesn't necessarily create a sound. So I think that would probably be it, just like it doesn't exist in space. But if we're extrapolating this conversation I'm talking about with Franklin earlier about the idea that sound and color are essentially the same thing, then in a lot of ways it's like there is like a sound, but like it's not the same sensory pathway to experience it. Because if you think about what an ear is, it's meant to sort of gauge like the air pressure around us, because ears are not just, they don't just exist to, transmit sound and hear environment. The ear canal also is what controls our sense of balance, because like if you get an ear clog, it becomes harder to walk because your entire sense of equilibrium, is messed up. So in a lot of ways, I think ears also exist to sort of regulate our sense of body to the air pressure around us. So in the same way, light and photons are sort of getting that qualia of colors into your eye. But when you realize that the color red isn't necessarily a sound or a visual, and it just kind of exists in its own sort of way, I think of sound and space existing on that frequency. Now, whether or not there are actual, sound frequencies that can be audibly heard by the ear, well, I don't know. That's something that I would have to ask somebody who knows more about that thing. I don't have the knowledge to confirm or deny that.
I would definitely say that there are, just from experience, because you can hear other beings communicating with you, right, Cosmic?
Yes.
That's not usual audible sensations.
No, it's not.
But you can hear it.
Yeah, it's like it's something. I think you can also see it too. There's also that. There's a visual component. Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So, where are you going along with this?
I can tell a lot about people by their psychic smell. Yeah.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Like I can, like, even when it's like someone who I don't know, like I could be outdoors, and my whole life I've been like this, right? A woman across the road could smile at me or look at me or something. And just by looking at her, I can smell what she smells like. But it's not a physical sense. Does that make sense to you? It's like an animal sense somehow.
Yeah.
And I can like there's an internal smell sense of like, ooh, suddenly or like a smell of like, ooh, I could breathe her in, you know?
I totally, like, you can get that vibe with people just by looking at them. You don't have to like even physically. Yeah, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. But maybe that's like part of it too. Is like maybe we can see what things smell like. Like you ever like like it's why when it comes to like movies and film, like people don't want to watch like violence or like something really eat something really disgusting. Like we don't even like watching people eat things that are disgusting because then we can see what that food tastes like. If you think about somebody who's like, eating poo or vomit or something like that, not only is it disgusting to eat, just watching them is disgusting because you can look at the poo and imagine what it tastes like in your mind's eye, essentially. So yeah, there's definitely that.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, you know. Like I think that there's a whole fractal connection between the senses.
I agree.
And so that's why, like synesthesia, that's why you get it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because on some level, you're just unfiltering that.
Yeah, it's like it's one of those things too, and you don't even you don't even think it's abnormal because you just assume everybody else has it. Like my whole life, I just thought like everybody thought of letters and numbers as colored. Like I remember I took a world music class, and I had to basically write a piece of paper based on like a piece of music that I was listening to like really. And I remember like I described like the drums as sounding red and the flute sounding blue, and my professor and the person giving the paperback was like, this is a very odd way to describe music. Like it had never occurred to me that describing music as colored was odd or different. It never really occurred to me. I just thought it was a totally normal thing, but apparently it's not. I mean, I guess it's like a lot more people experience it than they think they do because here's the thing with the letters and numbers though. It's like when I look at a text, it's like I still technically see with my visual eyes black, but here's the way to describe it. Like, let's say I take the word blue, but I write it in red letters. There's a part of you think, well, hold on a second, that's wrong. That word blue, it should be written in blue letters. It doesn't make sense that it's written in red letters. Like your mind automatically assumes because you see the word blue, you think about the color blue, even though the word blue is written in red letters, if that makes any sense. And so I'm like that with like letters and numbers. And so even though like, I may look at, Bush Whisper, like on your, on this Telegram StreamYard thing, and it looks like it's white text, but my mind says, okay, that B is blue, that U is purple, that S is black, that H is orange, that W is brown, that H is orange, and that S is bluish. Like you notice these like color associations with things, and I think I've noticed that even with people too. Like people's like who have a certain facial physiognomy, like certain eye color, certain like shape of their face will also evoke color for me. So some people will give me like just based on how they sound and how they look, they'll have a vibe to them. And sometimes I'll like their vibe and sometimes I won't like their vibe. And so yeah, when you talk about the idea of like being able to smell someone just by looking at them, I totally understand what you're getting at.
Yeah, man. But that music teacher must have been a bit daft. I'm going to be honest with you.
Music teacher? Yeah, probably.
Like, I knew as a child that there was a connection between sound and color, and even though I never studied music, I did enough research as a little boy into like, is there that there were all the most classical musicians related sound to color.
At least the good ones did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and many of them had personalized color scales that they realized, like you, right?
Yeah, I actually have mine.
So yeah, just for example, right? So Alexander Scriabin, right, the Russian composer, right? Here's his color scale. F major, violet purple, B flat, rose pink, D major, sunshine yellow, E major, sky blue, A major, green. Okay, so then we've got the Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov. C major, white, D major, yellow, gold, F major, green. Ludwig van Beethoven. B minor was black. An E flat major, heroic and warm. The warm colors expresses dark, serious. Like colors and ideas that relate to these ideas of color and feeling are not a new thing. In fact, that there was a commonly pushed thing amongst most of the classical musicians that started red as the root and related red to C major, but like that was just a scale that most people use. So it's very, very common for composers to relate sound to color.
So I actually in the queue, I put a little picture here. I actually made out my musical association keyboard. So this is actually how I perceive musical notes in my head. These are all, I basically mapped out all the colors I associate with each note and the feelings that they produce. So it's like if I hear something with a song that's in that particular note or key, I'm going to very strongly feel that color within my being. So I kind of like map this out. And I noticed that a lot of the some of the blacker keys tend to have like less colorful sounds, and sort of the major key sounds tend to be a little bit more colorful. If you notice, it's like, so it's interesting. Like, so if something is in like C sharp, which is pink, it's a very kind of like, it's a very vulnerable color. So it's very feminine to me when I hear something C major, this major, where it's like, I have different associations with stuff. So I'm thinking like with G sharp here, it's kind of this like gloomy kind of like olive color. So if I hear a song played in that melody, even if it's like a major key, it'll make me feel like depressed and sad because it's in this kind of this dreary like color scheme. So it's like there'll be this major melody, but I'll feel this like ugly, dark, beige, brown feeling. So it's very weird. And other times there's music that'll be like, that other people will see very eerie or dissonant, but because it's using all these different colors, I'll be listening to like, whoa, this sounds really colorful and cool. So an example of that was a track called, you're probably familiar with this, Franklin, the second track on Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, after Breathe, where they go into On the Run, there's that like appreciated synthesizer section. It was like, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, it's like underwater music. That's how I relate.
Yeah, it's like, because it was interesting because I was listening to that song and I was thinking like, oh, this is like kind of like a really like colorful, like strangely happy song. So I was surprised when I would like read the YouTube comments and people would say, oh, this song is really like scary and tense and weird. I was like kind of surprised, like, wait, what? I don't get that feeling at all. So in a lot of ways, it makes me perceive a lot of like musical ideas differently in ways that other people might like. I experience like emotional sensations that aren't always in alignment with the intent of the original composition, if that makes any sense.
I don't think it was supposed to be scary. When that piece of music that you're talking about,
it's supposed
I don't even know if it's intense. To me, it makes me think about being underwater, right? And most people are really scared about that because it means like being going deep down under, right? But I've always personally found that track, like, to me, it's exciting. I found it exciting, not scary. I think that I'm guessing that they weren't trying to make scary. I'm guessing that they were trying to stimulate your energy body, trying to stimulate you and get you excited up, because normally after that, does the clock song come after that?
Yeah, I think Time is the next track on that album.
So Time is like a dancing track, right? It's like, it's got a lot of percussion. Like you could move to time, like cling, 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 cling. You know, it's all these clocks ticking and bing, 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 bing. It's like it's not quite dance music, but they're getting towards some out there concept of dance music. So to me, when I heard that album, I was like, that's them preparing you to get into a dancing mode.
Well, you gotta also admit, frankly, you're also kind of that shamanic mindset like me, so you're probably also picking up on some of these like deeper frequencies. So, but I also think that in a lot of ways, like you might be able to notice this because you might have experienced this too, where you find something that's sounds very cool and interesting, but most normal people think it sounds unsettling or strange or it bothers them. You're like, wait, what? This doesn't sound weird. Like, I'm sure you've had pieces of music where you have that kind of relationship.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I mean, I'm very eclectic. I'm very into everything, but a lot of the stuff that, like, personally, I love psytrance, and a lot of people go, "Oh, that psytrance is scary and dark," and I'm like, "It's not scary and dark, dude. It's like it's intense. It's profound, you know." And some of the psytrance can get to that like dark element. I've always felt comfortable in the darkness. It's like I feel comfortable in the darkness, literally. Like if I go outside and I can't see, I'm not like, holy crap, is something watching me? I'm like, I can see them better than they can see me. You know what I mean? Like, so most people are scared of the dark, I think. Does that make sense? And so if something's dark, they get scared.
Yeah, I think to me, like I'm thinking about like that the track I was mentioning earlier, it's like it doesn't necessarily fit to like a very kind of a normal kind of like melody, like we're being happy or sad. It's pure energy, right? It's kind of like this neutral. That's kind of why I like it, because I always feel like with music, it's just like I never like that it's so emotional sometimes. Like I like that music is emotional, but sometimes it was always like it's too taxing and you don't want to feel like hyperbolically like manically happy or like desperately sad. And there's something really refreshing about something that just is like neutral and primordial and doesn't try to invoke any kind of specific emotion. It's just pure sonic chaotic cosmic energy. I think a lot of just people who don't really explore music, they find stuff like that to be either weird or obtuse or frightening, and I love psytrance. I even listen to like a lot of dark psytrance specifically because it is a little bit more like tonally out there than regular psytrance, which is a little bit more melodic. And then there's the darker stuff with like I like it's specifically called like forest psytrance. So it's like it's dark, but they use all these little sonic textures and sounds, and it creates this really deep atmosphere. I love that.
Exactly.
I'm
completely with you.
I think this is leading to something deeper, like how we were talking about, people kind of going on an adventure and taking a risk versus just sort of staying along with the group. And I think that this music that we're kind of talking about kind of represents that, thematically, because it seems like with a lot of music, people just want to be comforted. Like that's kind of what I want to realize. Like a lot of people, when they listen to music, it's just something to relax, which is fine. I have no problem with that. I like listening to a lot of ambient music to relax, but it's like nobody is really listening to music for a sense of like adventure, I guess is what I'm saying. They're not like this idea of like, let's put on some really weird out there like album and just go along for the journey and just kind of like see what happens. There isn't that sense of let's dive into this mystery. It's a lot of just, I just want something familiar. I just want something that's, normal and digestible. And I think that in a lot of ways that music tastes kind of reflect, spiritual sensibilities. Because I've been thinking about a lot of ways that, one's artistic and musical tastes seem to always have a direct correlation with their spiritual and philosophical outlook. So, for some reason, so if someone is very like, religious and very spiritual, they tend to kind of prefer music that has structure and order and form and a lot of like thought put into it. Maybe something that's like classical or maybe like a piece of really, well-tuned progressive rock. Whereas maybe if you're somebody who is more just like nihilistic and you're just completely insane, then maybe you'll want something that's just like complete, atonal nonsense. And that's what resonate with you, because you think life is meaningless. You then appreciate music and art that reflects those values, that instills that sense of meaningless. Likewise, if you're somebody who's very spiritual and someone who's very kind of astute, then you're going to listen to music and art that reflects that spiritual outlook. Because in a lot of ways, the art we consume is usually in direct correlation with the philosophical and spiritual, framework that it kind of complements. Like it's sort of the vibe of the thing that you believe in.
Yeah. I wonder what that says. I've always been extremely eclectic. I love classical music. I like jazz. The other day I'm with my boy and he freaks out. He's like, Dad, look, VHS. There's a VHS player on a TV. Oh, Dad, can you buy it? Can you buy it? Because he's very into his retro and into he's 9 years old, but he wants to be a filmmaker. He wants to make like VHS horror, basically. No, what do you call it? Not VHS. What's the word for if it's not digital?
Horror.
Yes. He wants to make analog horror. I'm like, dude, you're 9 years old. Seriously? No, Dad, I want to be an analog horror. And so he's learning how to do photo editing and video editing and using all the video editing tools. Today he showed me he found a tool that he can make digital video look like it's analog. Very happy about it. Very stoked. He was bragging. I was like, dude, I'm impressed. You found this all by yourself. I'm impressed. And he was showing me how he can change the video format and play with it with some of these new apps. And anyway, I was like, dang, boy, you're a little researcher. Chip of the old block. I'm impressed. But what was I saying? Oh, yeah. When it comes to music, that was a problem with his mom. Like, now that I think about it, because I like blues, I like jazz, I like rock, I like metal, I like psytrance, I like a bit of house, if it's good house. I'm not too favored on too much vocal house, but if it's the old kind of vocal house from the 70s, yes. I'm also into some of the music from the 50s. I can get down to Elvis, dude. and then I can like appreciate Hawkwind. You know Hawkwind? Dude, Hawkwind is such a cosmic prankster band. Dude, do yourself a favor and go and Google Hawkwind and listen to them. Hawkwind is like where Pink Floyd got their inspiration from. That's what it sounds like. But they just like, imagine like Pink Floyd when they took too much acid.
Like the early like Syd Barrett days when they were doing Piper at the Gates of Dawn.
Well, I don't know. I think like Hawkwind is just so out there. I really think that you will appreciate Hawkwind. It's not something most people can appreciate, but I was like, this rocks, dude. I had my Hawkwind days. I like a bit of Hawkwind. I enjoy a bit of Frank Zappa. That's why I think my girlfriend and myself are so compatible, because she's also, she likes like a very, very vast, diverse kind of music, right into R&B. I can even listen to a bit of R&B if it's good, but not really my go-to. But it's got to be choice. People like Prince. Do you know what an amazing guitarist Prince is? He never got given the credit as being like an amazing guitarist. And then from there I can jump to drum and bass or the old jungle. I still enjoy when I hear the old jungle. I love it. The old school jungle, even the old school Goa trance. I still got space for that in my repertoire. Or even a bit of progressive trance, even the old progressive house sometimes, if it's not too hard. Some of the hard house tends to be a bit discordant sometimes in terms of they try to put too much in. I like minimalistic music. I love world music. I can listen to just people playing a didge or playing a drums. Like, to me, I don't really, I always thought when I was young that when people said, what kind of music do you like? I could never answer it because I'm like, I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know. I listen to whatever is around. And people were like, but what's your favorite? And I was like, well, if I have a favorite, then I'm going to miss out in what's around. So I used to go to all these different social circles and listen to what they were listening to and go like, you know what, this is pretty cool. And then I'm with so I had my time as an alternative. Sex Pistols, the Pixies, the Cult, the Cure. I love the Cult. The Cure is so cool, right? Robert Smith. What an attitude, dude. Even the Sex Pistols. Some of the Sex Pistols gets a little bit sort of too raunchy for my liking, but there's some really cool Sex Pistols music out there. So, for me, it's like a bit of punk. I can get down with a bit of punk. I've even enjoyed some Gabba, although Gabba is not my go-to. I find it's a bit much for the ears. It works the ears very hard. You can listen to it in small. Have you listened to Gabba?
I know what Gabba is. It's just way too much.
That's a lot. But like sometimes I've danced to Gabba and I've enjoyed it. Yeah.
I like hardcore Gabber. It's got like kind of good melodies, and they play jungle into it sometimes, and it's got like really good vibes and vocals. But as far as other Gabber, it's just too fast. But I love hardstyle and electronic hardcore though. It's slower and darker and deeper.
Yeah, Tom Rue. Prince was really like. There's this one video that I watch of Prince where he comes to play with all these other musicians and all these other hot musicians, right? And he's just coming on to do a guitar solo. And I'm telling you, he took over the stage. And you see all these other big shots who are like acknowledged as like really good guitarists, and he never got acknowledged as a good guitarist. So he came on the stage as if to say, screw you all, I'm going to show you guys who's the one who can play a guitar. And he turned the entire track into a guitar solo, and you can see the other musicians waiting for the guitar solo to end, and it just doesn't end. He just plays the whole track guitar solo, but like in a way that only Prince can. And he should be in the Hall of Fame right next to Jimi Hendrix as a guitarist because he was that good. But, good old Prince. He got a lot of bad flack, didn't he? There's also an interesting thing about how he passed away, right? Do you know how Prince passed away? It was that drug that's that drug that's ending a lot of young people in America. What's that drug called? Pharmaceutical?
Fentanyl? He got
fentanyl.
Yeah, he died in the
He was suffering from pain. He was suffering from pain, and he got given fentanyl, but it was fentanyl from another country, and the person gave him some weird batch of fentanyl, and it ended his life. And there was a whole conspiracy, a whole story about it, and it hasn't been cleared up exactly, but there was something wrong with the fentanyl that he was given. It was a bad batch from like some other country or something. So anyway, some whole story there with the fentanyl. Not like he couldn't get a prescription because he legitimately had pain, right? And he was in a lot of pain. So anyway, I think we've sort of explored the relationship between light, speech, and consciousness in the world. Do you guys have any more things you want to throw on the table?
Yeah, I wanted to talk briefly about intrusive thoughts. And I feel like you mentioned earlier that when we have like an inner thought that comes up, it's like it's our mind, our subconscious mind is talking to us. But for me, sometimes these thoughts will come into my mind that are just not resonant with me. And I'm like, no, I don't think like this. What is this? Go away. Like, forget it. But sometimes they used to be so intrusive that I would just have to repeat intrusive thought until the thought would pass. And to me, I can easily identify these ones. But I mean, if it is something of my subconscious mind, I don't know what line of thinking that would come from. Maybe some kind of a curiosity as to think differently and allow myself to. Maybe it's a doorway to learn to think and open doors to new ways of thinking that I'm closed to, because a lot of these intrusive thoughts are things that I'm just not open to. And so it could be like maybe demonic thoughts that are trying to be implanted into my brain. Maybe some egregoric thoughts that are trying to be pushed on people. Maybe some kind of dark magic. I don't know. But I've been pretty good at intuiting what's going on with those and pushing them off. But I don't know if other people have had that experience, but it's quite interesting.
I mean, I think if we were with all the stuff we're talking about in terms of like the theory of mind and consciousness not being limited to our brain, our individual imagination, then I think the idea of intrusive thoughts just logically makes sense, because if you think about it, when you're in your mind, what is an intrusive thought? It's someone else's thought entering your sphere. You think about it, something from outside of your being comes and intersects and intrudes on your perception, and that's why it's an intrusive thought, because you didn't intentionally like sort of guide yourself um to that thought. It's I think in a lot of ways working with the Fae and doing channeling is that it really makes you think differently about how you orient your sense of self and how you orient yourself in terms of your relationship to your inner voice. Because when you're speaking with different entities and different voices, you start to get a better understanding in terms of which thoughts are your own and which thoughts are that of the entity. It's like, okay, this is my thought, these are my ideas, and then okay, this is one of the phase ideas that's essentially coming to me, and I'm inferring that because I've realized that in a lot of ways our thoughts kind of are like they come out of our emotions in the same way like flowers come out of the ground, right? So if I have a certain emotion or a certain feeling, then in a lot of ways that feeling is going to trigger certain thoughts to kind of manifest into my perception. Because I noticed that like if you're in a good state of mind, you're going to have a lot of good thoughts. But if you're in a bad state of mind, you're going to have a lot of bad thoughts. And these good and bad thoughts might not even be things that you consciously, decide to put in your brain. And I think also when it comes to intrusive thoughts, I think also that's a lot of other people say and what other people talk about you, and other people telling you that you're a certain way that we just internalize, and then we assume, oh, that's our own perception, not realizing that it's actually the thoughts and perception of another person that we self-identified as essentially being, our own thoughts. So I think essentially really just the way to deal with intrusive thoughts is just to kind of recognize that, if you are going to be operating in a sphere that is sort of outside of, your current perception, where you think, oh, I'm just this limited being that only exists within a brain and not part of a collective consciousness, then it only seems to make sense that you're going to deal with intrusive thoughts every once in a while, just because you are now opening your mind to everyone else's mind. So when you open your mind to the universal mind, you got to keep in mind at some level, you're also opening your mind up to all the bullshit, neurosis, bad thought patterns of all the people around us in our environment. And we're sort of opening ourselves up to be in, that particular space. So I think when it comes to intrusive thoughts, I think it's simply the best way to deal with them. I think, Indy, you already had a good strategy, whereas you don't identify with said intrusive thought. You say, oh, this is an intrusive thought that has come into me. And by not taking ownership of it, because I think to me, intrusive thoughts and just like programming ideologies in general are truly at an infection point, when you self-identify with them in a lot of ways. Because like once you self-identify with the thing, you can't really separate yourself from that bad thing. But if you kind of make a distinction from that, particular phenomenon, then you can kind of work with it, find space to get around it, and sort of, bypass it in a certain way. So for me, when it comes to intrusive thoughts, it's like it kind of comes with the territory that if you're going to open your mind up to these different higher spaces, that intrusive thoughts are inevitably going to be an obstacle that you're going to have to face. So I guess I'm saying that it's kind of an inevitability if you're going to be a spiritual person.
You just gave me an intrusive mental program of Robert Miles' Open Your Mind while you were speaking, Cosmic. I literally heard the music there. Open your mind. But I agree completely, and I think that this idea that we're alone in the universe, we've got to kick this ball out of the park. That there aren't other beings, that there aren't fae, and there are some beings out there that are bad, and by bad I mean like toxic for humans. The same as humans are toxic for snails, right? If you touch a snail, you start dissolving it. You guys know this, right? The pH on your skin. If you touch a snail, it's like sulfuric acid touching your skin for the snail. So I had to teach my boy to not touch the snails because you hurt them when you touch them. So there are psychic beings that are toxic for us, that if we come in contact with them, they harm us just through who they are. And then there are beings that help us, that are good for us, just through who they are, right? The same way that, a dog pissing next to a tree is good for the tree, right? Because it's like it's nutrients for the soil, and the tree's going to go like, thank you. I'll have that there, nitrates, and the tree has the constitution to deal with that concentration of nitrates. But if the dog pisses on the lawn, that's not good. If it's a female dog. If it's a male dog, it's okay, right? Because the grass prefers the male dogs. Grass is very anti-female dogs. And that's only because the male dog sprays everywhere, right? He stands there swaying in the wind. He's like, look at me. I can piss everywhere. Woo! Like a guy, And the female dog has to like squat down on the ground, and she makes a little puddle. And that makes too much concentration of nutrients. And so that high level of nitrates actually causes a nitrogen poisoning to that piece of soil, which locks out the nitrogen from the grass. And then you get these little yellow spots of grass, right? Anybody out there got a bitch dog, a female dog? You'll notice little yellow spots on the lawn. You don't get that with a male dog, right? Because the male dogs, they want to piss everywhere. They're like, ooh, I'm going to make a little bit here. Oh, I want to put a little bit there. Ooh, I can go piss on that thing. Like they just want to piss everywhere because they want to put their scent everywhere, right? So, in the same way, we need to stretch our minds to recognize that there are other beings. And I think that these thoughts, Indy, that we're experiencing are literally other beings from other planes of existence trying to infer into us, through us. And, the same way that there are some of those good beings that when they are inferring towards us, they're inferring compassion and love. And you suddenly feel this overwhelmingly wonderful feeling, and suddenly out of the blue, you feel like love for, I don't know, a lizard or a cockroach, right? Or ants, or some human being that you have no reason feeling that love for. You suddenly feel overwhelming love for this other being, and there's no reason for it. It's coming out of nowhere. That can often be other beings as well. So I think that like sometimes we want to allow ourselves to identify with some of these feelings if they're not toxic, and sometimes we don't. Tom Rue loves freehand peeing. just flick the hips. Yeah, man, it's such a male thing, dude. we don't want to pee on one place. We want to pee everywhere. Like, and I must admit, I like to pee in my garden. So when I pee in my garden, I like to pee everywhere. I don't want to just pee on one place because I don't want to overload one piece of ground with too much ammonium. So if there's a tree, though, I like to like anoint the tree, around the tree, and give it a nice. In fact, do you know that if you've got trees on your property and you pee on the base of the tree and you carefully pee a line around the tree every often, then it will actually create a little garden bed around the tree, tiny little garden bed. It's pretty cool. Like you don't even need to go and do the gardening. You can let it work for you. Um, yeah, man. Yeah. Any last thoughts, dear Cosmic?
Not really. We're good.
Indy, dear brother, last ideas you want to throw on the table?
No, I'm doing good. I think we had a great discussion today and covered a lot of wonderful topics. I think I'm gonna have to check out Hotline. So thanks for sharing that.
Hey?
Hawkwind is on the list. I'm gonna check them out.
If you haven't checked out Hawkwind, they're pretty cool.
'Cause I love Pink Floyd.
I'd almost want to play some here, but like then they'll start sending me like alerts for like copyright infringement and all that nonsense.
Also, I want to give a shout out to Chaya, who's watching from Toronto. Thanks for being with us here today, and much love to you.
Big love and blessings to all of you guys in the chat. I hope you guys enjoyed the discussion. It was lovely having you guys here, as always. Sending you all big blessings and big love. Hope you got what you came for. Thank you, dear Indy, and thank you, dear Cosmic, as always. It's been an honor and a lovely conversation. And I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I hope you guys in the chat have a super spanking weekend as well. And yeah, take care, keep it sweet, and big love and blessings to all of you.